Good morning, everybody. I'll call to order today's special council meeting of the Township of Cabamonagan on this Thursday, December 10th. I'd ask for approval of today's agenda. Moved by Councillor Moore, seconded by Deputy Mayor Graham. Madam Clerk, record a vote.
Councillor Belch.
Already?
Councillor Belch.
Yes.
Councillor Moore.
Yes.
Councillor Huntley.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Graham.
Yes.
Mayor McFadden.
Yes, motion is approved. I'd ask that any members of council declare any pecuniary interest in the general nature thereof at this time or when the situation arises. Seeing none, there is no closed session, so we'll move into our first item, which is Report Finance 2020-22, first draft 2021 budget presentation. Welcome, Ms. Pope, with your fancy new shoes that we can't see.
Good morning, Council. Welcome to our very first Zoom budget meeting. I know Council has been meeting regularly by Zoom since the pandemic started. However, this is something a little bit different for us with budget and the way that we will respond with staff. So I've placed the entire draft presentation into a PowerPoint presentation for better viewing and explanation as we walk through this morning. And so if Cindy, you could place it perfect. We're going to begin there. This is a summary of the actual report itself, so it isn't necessarily new information, but we'll begin right here. So this is the first draft 2020 budget presentation. The scheduled time is from 9 to 3 today. We will take a 30-minute break for lunch at noon and two 15-minute breaks, one at 10:30 and one at 1:30. Today, the general outline of the agenda is an introduction and overview of the operating and capital budgets presented by myself shortly. Thereafter, the library presentation will come from Carla Buckborough, and then thereafter, a lot of opportunity for council to discuss with management over the capital and operating reports that we have provided. Next slide, please. This is to provide a first draft look at the 2021 operating and capital budgets for review, discussion, and education purposes between management and council. It does not include a specific municipal residential tax rate increase. In the past, the Budget Committee has met together with a suggested increase and alternatives, including what should or should not be cut in order to meet those alternatives. Due to the pandemic and a number of significant capital projects in the future, we have looked at this and decided to provide a range of alternatives to council, ranging between 2 and 10%, but of course that is up to the discretion of council based on the budget, with the associated reductions required to balance the municipal budget. And you'll see that as we flow through. I just want to provide a reminder that as of the printing of the reports that are accompanying this draft, the 2020 actuals available were what was provided on invoices in November. So that is for any expenses up to the end of October. That is what's in there. So when you're looking at actuals and you're looking at comparators on any of the worksheets, just keep that in mind. The second draft will have further invoices submitted, and therefore we'll have expenses up to November 30th. And then the final draft does include expenses up to December 31st. So that's just to keep in mind of the actuals. All capital projects have been submitted by management and provided for council's review and discussion. The Budget Committee this year decided not to cut or remove any of the requests that were provided by staff members, and therefore they are all on the table for your review and discussion. We do meet with all individual staff members after the submission, the CAO and myself as Director of Finance. And then thereafter, we have another round of meetings that are with the Budget Committee, which also includes the mayor. Next slide, please. So just as a preliminary overview of the recommendations that we'll review again at the end of the budget meeting, but just to highlight them here before we move on, is that you receive it for discussion and education purposes, and that you provide direction on the projects to be removed from future budget discussions so that we can determine the municipal residential tax rate required to fund both the operating and the capital budgets. We do have 2 pre-approvals, which we'll talk about in more length later in the report, but just to bring them to your attention at this time, it is for the purchase of 2 replacement vehicles, the 2007 International Tandem 1907 and the 2008 rubber tire excavator 3408, and they're both under the Public Works Department. The reason for that is due to the stock availability, extended delivery times that are in the market, and to gain the optimum purchase price on a municipal tender. There's also a fourth request here this year, and it's the second pre-approval that we're asking for. Council did approve a website and IT service delivery modernization review that we had hoped would be available to council prior to the budget meeting. Unfortunately, with certain delays, that won't be coming forward until January. Therefore, attached to this report, you'll see a support letter where they do consider this a priority for the municipality and compatible with the infrastructure that we have. But in lieu of the fact that you have not seen a report from them yet, and because there's a significant promotional software discount if we were to sign the agreement prior to December 31st, we have asked for a pre-approval and included the attached documentation. We will discuss that in more detail, but this is in order to purchase financial management software to replace what we currently have. And the primary reason is to enable us to get online with a type of virtual city hall where residents can log in and receive basically their city hall at their fingertips. It's not just payments, it's also in reviewing invoices and various information from the municipality that is financial in nature and connects them, makes payments easier, be able to review what they have and have not paid, bills to come out to them. And this is a program that the municipality would like to move forward with. Unfortunately, our current financial provider that we do have, financial software provider that we do have, they did test to see if they could build something compatible to place that way a number of years ago. And about 2 years ago, they came back and said, it's not possible. They looked at a cloud base, it's not possible. So in order to get onto the web or get onto an online presence, we do have to leave. And so that is the fourth recommendation in this report. Next slide, please. So staff are requesting council again to provide direction on the removal of capital projects as per the priorities identified within our corporate strategic plan, and to reduce the budget to determine the percentage of municipal tax levy increase required to fund the 2021 operating and capital budgets. Although staff are not recommending a 20.9% municipal tax rate increase, we have said that if there is, and that's an if there is no change to the municipal tax levy, and if there is no reduction to any capital projects, as you see presented in this report today, that would result in a 20.9% municipal tax rate increase to fund both the operating and capital budgets as presented in this draft. But again, as a disclaimer, we are not recommending that, and that is not included in the report to recommend that type of increase. At the bottom, you'll see just a number of suggested tax rate percentage alternatives and what kind of cut would be required. So for example, if we were to implement a 2% municipal tax rate increase, it would require an approximate reduction of about $2 million from our current capital budget, bringing it down to $3.5 million. And subsequently 3% increase, a reduction of 1.9 million, 5% increase, a reduction of 1.7, and then the 10% increase. I just can't read that one past the screen, but that's okay. Just go there. 4.3 million. Next slide, please. This is a summary report that council is accustomed to receiving. It basically shows all the operating and the capital combined together, how we are funding it, and the end result. In the text box at the bottom, you'll see a number of the calculations of alternatives, and that's what I had just provided to you in the previous screen. We can move to the next one. So approximately every year, council asks, what is approximately a 1% increase? What would it provide the municipality as far as revenue? So this year, approximately every 1% municipal tax rate increase would equal an additional $95,700 in revenue towards the operating and capital budgets. If that were to be placed at a 1% municipal tax rate increase, that would result in an increase to the taxpayer of approximately $6.79 per 100,000 of MPAC current value assessment. Now we know most homes and properties are not 100,000. To put that into more relevant terms, an increase on a property of $400,000 would be roughly about $27.12, which is the equivalent of 7 cents per day. As a reminder, that's just a 1% municipal tax levy increase for your information. Next slide, please. This is a municipal tax rate calculation based on the active roll total. It's the calculation page indicating. Again, it's first draft with a 0% break even for discussion. We are discussing the potential municipal tax rate increase, and therefore this is just being provided at this time for discussion. I'll speak a little bit further about the actual roll total and the break even point on the next few slides. The MPAC property assessment notice, as you've probably heard, there will not be an increase in property values because they've decided that it's been postponed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So normally back in 2016, there was a valuation period and it took 4 years from 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2020 for properties to increase to the value that they were assessed at back in 2016. Basically, MPAC will divide that and there's about a quarter amount of 25% allocated each year until they get to the point where in 2020, they had actually reached that 4th year and that full valuation. The normal process would have been another valuation program by MPAC, where the first year of that phase would start in 2021, thereby increasing property taxes. They have decided to postpone that. So this year on the roll, normally I provide an estimate at the first draft and the actuals that are released by MPAC in the second draft, because we usually don't receive it until the second Tuesday or towards the end of that week in December annually. But because they are not increasing it and they have postponed that, we can take the values on the active roll. So what the active roll means, anything since last year when the roll was provided to the municipality, and then any changes that have occurred since then. So if a new garage was added to a property, if a new house has been built, any new assessment that came on board in the year 2020 is now on the active roll. And so I have taken the active roll as of the time of this report to use as our next year's current value assessments to do all the calculations, because there is no anticipated increase according to MPAC because of the postponement. Therefore, if we do that just based on the actual roll itself, active today, which includes those additional property increases that have happened over this last year, we are expecting to generate $142,940 in additional municipal tax revenues for 2021. Next slide, please. This is a comparison just to provide you a 5-year look at what we've been experiencing here at the municipality. The weighted assessment is based on the property tax value by the class and the tax ratios. But you can see there that in our CVA, or current value assessments, since 2017, there has been an increase. But in the 2021 draft, you'll note we're only at 1.5%, whereas we've had historically between 5 and 10%. And at a time when we're growing in our community, you would have anticipated this to be higher as a percentage. The reason is what I just explained on the last slide, is that MPAC is not assessing the properties at their current value. So the value on the books is that 2016 value that took 4 years to get into place. So until MPAC does another review and determines what the new CVA values are, we won't have a large increase in CVA until then. We're just dealing with the new properties that have been built. So at this time of the draft, in the active roll, there's approximately a 1.5% increase in weighted assessment being considered. Because we have not set and have no tax rate in place, that is blank for 2021 draft at this time. However, just for comparative purposes, showing you approximately over the last 4 years what each of the year increase in municipal tax rates have been. 3.5% back in 2017 and 2018. 2019 was 2.5%, and the 2020 year was 3.16%. We can go to the next slide. The operating budget presented contains a consolidated department net decrease of about 0.4%. We do have increased pressure on expenditures. However, we've had to reduce, we've had some reductions because of the impact COVID-19 pandemic and not being able to operate at the same level that we provided to the public in the past. However, we've had increased pressure because we have additional modifications or requirements that we have to put in place to ensure the safety of both our staff and for the residents of this community as they do begin to access certain services within our community. So that the following summer will provide the department's efforts to maintain their conservative budgets while adjusting the delivery of services. Next slide, please. This summary here is where I mentioned that consolidated net changes of less than 0.4%. And each budget, the comparison between the 2020 final budget and the first draft and the changes therein. As we move through the budget today and speaking with management, we can go over all these details as per the detailed sheets that were provided to council in advance. Next slide, please. A few other items that have been included in the budget is the consumer price index. It rose about 0.1% in the 12 months to August, and it is the September notice annually that we use from Statistics Canada on the municipal wage grid, and so that has been included in this report. CUPE union with the Public Works unit and the Parks unit, the collective wage agreements and the rate changes therein are included in this draft. The next regular council meeting on December 21st, council will receive the annual user fees and charges bylaw. And this is just to ensure that the municipal revenues for services reduce the impact of the cost of services on the municipal property tax rate. That is forthcoming and will be included in the next budget. Next page, please. I'll quickly just summarize each department and what the primary changes are, but of course, once we get to those departments, we can speak at it at more length. The planning department has an increase of about 0.2%, $608, and it's primarily an increase in estimated revenues. We do have an allocation as well. You'll see that from the executive director of planning with the building and economic departments as well. The building department is funded through the building permit revenues and therefore doesn't affect the municipal tax rate. There is a decrease of 10.5%, but it's primarily attributed to the removal of a full-time contract position and again, the allocation of the executive director of planning. And the bylaw department has an increase of 14.3%, approximately $1,160, primarily attributed to grid indexing for wages and benefits. Next slide, please. Protective Services Fire Department has a consolidated increase of 2.9%. That's $23,377. It's primarily attributed to increase in wages and benefits of the volunteer firefighter complement, increase in some contracted services, dispatch and materials and supply, and an allocation in a full year of wages and benefits for fire department administration, whereas previously that position was shared with parks and facilities. The Public Works Department has a consolidated increase of 1.6%, which is $32,318, and it's primarily attributed to the following, which are reduced solar revenues, reduced equipment maintenance and repairs, increased materials, including salt and sand, and reduced recoverable revenues that are available. Next slide, please. The Environmental Services Department has an increase of 1.7%, $6,820. And this is the extension of the Kitchen Waste Organic Program that's funded through taxation without additional grant funding. The actual program itself, when it was first started, had a 1-year grant application where it was subsidized. So therefore that's now fully in there with any other expenses or relative increases. The Parks and Facilities Department has a decrease of 0.3%, which is $3,489, primarily attributed to alternate hours of operation of the facilities, increased cleaning with additional expenses, increased health and safety training and development, and an allocation of wages and benefits for the supervisor of operations in lieu of the manager of parks and facilities position that previously existed. Next page, please. Office of the CAO and Economic Development has a decrease of 8.1%, $34,318. It's primarily attributed to reduced HR contracted services, reduced events under economic development, and again, the allocation of the executive director of planning with the other departments. The Office of the Clerk has a decrease of 6.8%, $19,587, primarily attributed to reduced wages and benefits as the records management contract will be completed in the first quarter of 2021, and an increase to the corporate insurance premiums, which is approximately 10% increase, and you'll see that amongst all municipal departments as it's allocated. Next slide, please. The Finance Department and IT has an increase of 1.7%, $5,063, primarily attributed to an increase in the cost of software licensing, grant funding used to offset a contract position for implementation of financial software and integration among departments, reduced contracted services as the triannual actuarial is complete in 2020, an increase to corporate retiree administration benefits, and reduction in postage as a result of enhanced online options. The council budget has an increase of 0.2%, $325, primarily attributed to grid indexing and increase in benefit premiums. The police contract and services has an estimated increase of 3.3%. However, at this time, this is estimated as we do not have the actual final numbers. So that's just included as an estimate at this time. Next page, please. The library will be speaking specifically to their budget following my presentation. However, just as a summary, they have a consolidated overall increase of 0.4%, $1,182, which is identified by the library board's delegation to council and summarized as follows. Their operating levy increase alone, in comparison to last year's levy, is 8.8% higher. The net capital levy request they've asked by reducing the actual request by the DCs that they can place towards it and a $5,000 capital rollover, the net capital levy request is actually $31,761. You'll also notice once we get to boards and authorities that the allocated expenses, our auditors have advised us over the last number of years that we have to recognize when we are doing or offering services from the municipality to the library. So therefore, when we are paying for those services directly and it's not flowing through the books of the library, we do have to show them as fees paid by the municipality. And therefore, that's why you see on the line items, audit fees, insurance premiums, payroll, and IT fees for processing. The Conservation and Authorities budget has an estimated consolidated increase of 3%. As some of the 20 and 21 levies have not all yet been received, this is still very much estimated. And the Committees of Council has a reduction of $10,000 overall. It's primarily the budget request from Mr. Hatt Committee. They rolled over $13,500 from the previous year, which is in regards to the Heritage Bylaw contract position and awards. And they had $1,400 of landscaping not utilized in 2019. That's also been rolled over. There is a request for planter boxes this year. The awards should have been listed above because that's rolled from the previous year with the 13.5. So the actual additional request is the planter boxes. Next page, please. The environmental tax rate is provided with a total levy increase of $71,003 for the operation costs within each ward. As you recall, we previously used to have 3 rates. However, that was merged a number of years ago. We now have one general environmental tax rate for our entire municipal budget. The budget would equal an environmental tax rate increase of about $4.96 for every $100,000 of current value assessment. Therefore, to put it in terms of a property valued at $400,000, the tax rate increase would be approximately $19.85 for the environmental services. Water and wastewater is presented using the water and wastewater financial plan, rate study, user fees, and charges as per the previous report. However, the 2021 year is included in the new Watson Associates updated user fee and charges report that council will have an education session on January the 26th, 2021. That has been incorporated into this budget, and any funds remaining at the end of the year are transferred into the reserve for future capital and operations. It is user paid and does not affect the tax base. Next slide, please. Capital budget. The capital budget contains an estimated $9,403,000 of total capital expenditures, including all of the 2020 capital rollovers known at this time. The total proposed expenditures includes approximately $2,030,009 of unfunded capital requests that would need to be removed if we wanted to result in a 0% increase or a break even. Again, this is not staff indicating to council what the percentage should be, rather just to give it to you for comparative purposes. We are requesting council's direction on the selection of capital projects to be removed from the 2021 budget in alignment with the priorities identified in the corporate strategic plan. Again, approximately every 1% of residential tax rate increase will equal 95,700 in municipal tax revenues. Next slide, please. This is a summary of the capital budgets where I just spoke of the $9 million. We do have 2020 capital rollovers of 302,800, and then future year pre-approvals, if certain projects are approved, of $594,410. So the actual total 2021 capital expenditures, removing the rollovers and future year approvals, is approximately $8.5 million. We've been able to utilize reserves, DCs, and other funding to offset the capital by about $3 million. Therefore, the net capital expenditures that we have to finance is $5,451,664. The municipal tax levy, if we were to look at a 0% increase, looking at the funding source below, we would have to remove $2,030,009 in order to achieve this. Therefore, we're just presenting there the asset replacement reserve if funded through the municipal tax levy, the 1.6 million. The other capital requests at a 0% increase will be 1.7 million, bringing us to capital available that we can spend 3.4 million. And obviously that's that $2 million difference that we're indicating will need to be cut to maintain a 0%, again, for comparative purposes. Next slide, please. This is the capital request in summary. We will go by department and work with each department head in the management team to ensure that they can answer the questions of council today. It is segregated by department so that we can do that. And this is basically the summary page telling you which projects they are, the requested purchase, the amount of reserves we think that are available, if there's any rollovers, transfer from the asset replacement reserve, and any future budget approvals. Just to point out, on the final column on the right-hand side, it's labeled the adjusted total. That is the portion that we require from the municipal tax rate to fund it. So for example, if I use the finance asset management policy and reporting, although the requested purchase price is $136,000 for the year 2021, there is a rollover from the current year of $66,000 at this time. We will be applying for another FCM grant and in hopes to receive that, which would be approximately $48,000. Therefore, the municipal ask that would affect the municipal tax rate would be that right column, which is the $22,000. We can go through these in more depth with each department as we roll forward. Next slide, please. This is the same capital request page, again, just for the other departments: economic development, parks and facilities. Next slide, please. And the roads and environmental services. Next slide, please. Just revisiting the recommendations in the report, we are asking for two pre-approval requests within this report. The first is to replace the two public work vehicles, the International Tandem 1907 and the rubber tire excavator. We do have a combined estimated trade-in values between the two of $78,000 and the availability of $507,000 from development charges. Therefore, there would not be required any additional funds from the municipal tax levy to fund the purchase of these two vehicles. The Public Works Director has indicated that due to the pandemic, limited stock, and extended delivery times, we do require pre-approval in order to gain the optimum price and receive the delivery by 2022. They're anywhere between a 12 and an 18-month delivery cycle. We want to make sure that we're able to get ahead of that. Next page, please. Again, back to the financial management software. We can speak about this when we reach finance and IT. However, the financial software we're suggesting is Diamond to be included. The $293,500 included from reserve funds. So therefore, we're asking for $5,250 to be funded through the municipal taxation for this project. It's approximately half and half. Half of the cost of the entire project is the actual software itself, with just annual maintenance thereafter. And the other half is the implementation, transfer of data, and training of staff. So the Diamond software, as for their information that they have provided to us, it extends citizen engagement and services anytime, anywhere, on any device with Virtual City Hall, which offers a diverse and powerful set of features and payment options for citizens and other stakeholders to easily do business with our municipality. We are recommending single sole sourcing under the purchasing bylaw 2020-22 under the categories need for compatibility, goods purchased under circumstances which are exceptionally advantageous to the municipality, and grant funds terms and conditions in the commitment into which the municipality would enter are acceptable. Myers Norris Penny, as we refer to as NMP, will be presenting to council in January. They were approved by council to move ahead on the website and IT service delivery modernization review. And there is a letter of support attached within the documentation that you received from them to proceed with the purchase before December 31st in order to achieve the promotional discount available to us at this time. Next slide, please. ORCA. This should be the last year that I will present on the reconstruction of the Millbrook Dam. We have in the year 2021 the final payment of $194,078. This is the total that we paid of $1.2 million as the benefiting municipality towards the reconstruction of the Millbrook Dam. As you recall, in 2015, ORCA had applied and received a grant for the reconstruction of the dam, and the $3.3 million project was eligible to receive 2/3 grant funding from provincial and federal governments. Therefore, ORCA was responsible for remaining 1/3 project cost. In 2015, they adopted a new policy for the management of water and ice control structures, and it included a formula for funding the capital repairs and replacements, with a benefiting municipality being levied 90% of the authority's cost. Therefore, as Cavan Monaghan was the benefiting municipality for the reconstruction of the dam, ORCA levied 9% of their cost, which totals a capital levy of $1,007,426 to be paid by the municipality. Thereafter, they came back to council on November 6, 2017, and this increased to $1,201,504. So I'm happy that this will be the final year of payments towards the reconstruction of the Millbrook Dam. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, with the pandemic, there has been a delay in receiving approvals on grant applications. As per the previous reports provided to council and approved in last year's budget, the 2020 grant applications that went forward and are still awaiting a decision are listed below. There are 3 projects and they are rolled over into the 2021 budget. Because there have been no approvals, there has been no spending in the year 2020, and therefore we're just simply rolling the entire projects for these into the 2021 year until we receive the information back. As previously discussed with council, we will not proceed with these projects unless we have approval of a grant due to the significant funding sources, with the municipality investing 26.67%. However, the provincial and federal government providing 73.33% overall. Next slide, please.
Ms. Pope, if you could just go back to that last slide.
Sure.
I see that we've got council motions relative to these grant applications that we've made as a council, but I received a call from our MPP asking me for details relative to another grant application that's not on this list. Relative to the Bruce Johnson Library. So are you able to give me all the details on what that grant application was?
Through you, Mayor, to council, we did receive notification there was another application submitted under our name, but it wasn't submitted by the municipality. We found out that it was a submission by the library. When they're coming up for their presentation immediately following mine, they do have the details. We have had discussions through the budget committee requesting the additional details and information, because it was our understanding that they were using some of the funds that the municipality had provided in the capital budget to them. And however, there were changes and certain municipal repairs that were done by the municipality, and therefore it's our understanding that there were also, not only was the grant originally applied for by the library, but there were amendments as well in order for them to receive potential funding. And the information would be available from the library. It wasn't submitted under the municipality or by the municipality. So they would have those specific details, and we can definitely discuss that with them once they begin to present here following this presentation.
Excellent. Okay. No, that's perfect. Thank you, Ms. Pope.
Okay, next slide, please. In the MMP grant application, so we as a municipality do our very best to apply for whatever we can. We want to try to levy any type of grant to offset potential cost expenditures for this municipality. We did place 3 applications, or we had 3 applications before council received approval to move forward. Because some of these applications come out prior to receiving all the details, yet we have to get in front of council and receive approval in advance so that we can include it in our grant application. There's often a short time turnaround. So during that time, we were able to apply for 3 projects with approval to apply for. The 3rd project, the Public Works GPS tracking system, when all the final details came out, we were not eligible to apply under the rules that they had in their grant application. So we did not apply for the 3rd one because it was not one that was applicable under their program and their rules. However, we did apply for the first 2, which was the 25,000 website and IT modernization plan and 25,000 Millbrook Arena feasibility study. We did not get approval on number 2. And actually, when we did apply, you'll know back, if you read back on the finance report from the previous year, we had actually indicated we were going to try for $90,000 on the website and IT modernization plan. They came back and approved us at $25,000. So I've highlighted there that that particular project itself, grant application, is the one that's approved. And that's the one that's ongoing right now, which is the one that MNP is working on that you'll hear about in January, of which they've also provided the letter for the support of the financial software. So we've received basically 1 approval of 3. Next slide, please. We are intending to apply for another round for the 2nd intake of the MMP grant program. Once we have details, we'll be before council to make sure that you are aware. The completion of this website and IT service delivery and modernization review by NMP will be supportive in the process. In the first round, they wanted studies of how you can deliver services better. And then they wanted to see municipalities supporting those studies in actually doing something with them rather than just receiving the information and walking away. And our municipality has been progressing and moving forward. So not only have we done the study, we have included in this budget for your consideration additional projects to be able to use modernization funding, to be able to change the way in which we deliver services and become more online with something like a virtual city hall, which we think all of those combined components will provide for a strong 2nd round application. We will await the results from MNP as well to determine what can go into that 2nd application, and we will follow their guidelines as well, just to make sure that everything that we are putting into place is not only good for our residents, but also compatible with our systems, or to upgrade our systems to make sure that it's compatible for future IT infrastructure. The funding, that estimate that we've placed in the budget, but because we don't have the details as of yet, we don't know, it's $80,000 with full amount coming from the grant. So we're not asking for any municipal funds at this time. When we bring back a report to council, we'll be more detailed in what we're asking for. But usually, just like we did the last one, we applied for 90,000 and only received 25. So we went back and we did what we could for the 25,000, not the 90. Next slide, please. The OLG funding report, I know you see this annually, and it's just always great information to talk about the hard work that this council and staff have done together to make sure that the OLG funding, and this is prior to receiving any notice that they were potentially leaving our community at the time. And so back in 2012 and 2013, we brought in 2 different organizations, 2 consulting organizations to provide information. We did remove the OLG revenues from the operating budget by 2013, and that was eliminating a $1.4 million subsidy injection that was happening at that time in 2011. Phase 2, we removed the OLG's revenues from the capital budget that was completed in 2015 and maintained a $1.1 million contribution minimum through the municipal levy, and that continues to this day. And then we're on phase 3, removal of the OLG revenues as the primary source of revenues for investment to the asset replacement reserve. If we just go to the next slide, there's a little bit more detail there. on phase 3. There was a typo in the report. 2020 on your slide, you see it says 81%. The report says 85. That's a typo on the report. It should be 81%. So if we look at the removal of OLG revenues, we used to require those funds to offset the amount that we were placing into asset replacement reserve. However, we've been able to reduce our dependency and not use those funds because they're no longer available. And so we've been financing the asset replacement reserve through the municipal levy since 2016, from 33% back in 2016 to proposing in 2020, staying around 80% of the over $2 million amount that we're expecting to invest in the asset replacement reserve. Next slide, please. This is the water and wastewater capital request, similar format to what you see for all the other departments, because water and wastewater is not based on the municipal tax levy, but rather on user fees, which council will meet with Watson on the 21st to discuss further. This is a separate budget allocation that we have to identify. And also our sewer system relining, we have annually been utilizing the OCIF grant towards offsetting those costs. So there's $117,424 of the OCIF grant to offset the sewer system relining in 2021. Next slide, please. We are back to the conclusion of the report, and this is just a reminder as we move forward of the recommendations provided to council today to receive this budget presentation for discussion and education purposes, which will follow now with our different departments and opportunity to discuss between council and management. Also for council to provide direction on the projects to be removed from our future budget discussions. I will be able to take away the information and calculate a municipal tax rate to be able to provide to you for the second draft budget discussions. There's also the 2 pre-approvals. The first is the 2 vehicles for public works, which is item number 3, and number 4 being the financial management software. We have to proceed with the contract and sign. I believe that is the end of the presentation. At this time in the agenda, we have for the library board to present their library operating budget, an opportunity for you to discuss and ask questions about the grant and anything else that you require.
Very good. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, did I hear somebody?
No, you're just hearing things.
I'm starting to think that. Okay, very good. Thank you very much, Ms. Pope. And with that, our next item that we, as Ms. Pope has indicated, we will be hearing from the library board. So welcome, Carla.
Glenn is also going to be presenting with me.
Okay.
I don't know if you need a motion to do that. I saw his name come up on the screen.
Okay. I guess, Madam Clerk, it's in the budget. Do we need a motion specific for Glenn?
No, we've never had to worry about
Okay.
it during the budget presentation. And I have promoted Glenn as well to a panelist. So you will see him if he shares his video. Otherwise, you may not see him on the screen.
Very good. Perfect. Thank you. Welcome, Carla.
Hello. Such a weird way of having to do things. Glenn was going to start. He's muted, so he'll need to unmute and then he can take over.
If
While
I
he's, oh, sorry.
And just before you get started, just for the benefit of council, we do have a lot of paperwork in front of us. I'm just trying to get to your specific slides. Are they, I guess, Ms. Pope, is this in the budget? Am I trying to find these pages? I don't have them necessarily in front of me right now.
No.
no,
It's not.
only the budget part is in your slides.
Okay. All right.
Is
Okay.
everyone-
Can I be seen and heard?
We can hear you, Glenn. I'm just going to ask other members of council if they can just hit mute so we don't have any unexpected voices in our heads coming through.
Okay, I thought I had shared the video, but I guess it's not working, but that doesn't matter because I don't
No, I
have
see
the
it. We see it. We're okay. We see CM Libraries 2020 Books and Beyond. I just didn't know whether we had, I hadn't seen that slide, so I thought I was missing it. So that's okay. We don't have it. That's why I can't find it. We're good.
Okay, yes. Because of COVID, of course, so many things were difficult. We did intend to come and present to council as promised, and that just hasn't happened. So we're going to do a quick update before we get to budget. I know you've got a long day, so we'll make this very brief. We thank you, and we thank the ratepayers for the continuing improvements in both branches. Bruce Johnston had new windows put in this year. There was a tripping hazard. The old vault threshold was removed, and there was a problem with humidity, and some changes were made to the heating cooling system. And in Millbrook branch, lovely new windows were put in the stairwells, and they are absolutely gorgeous. So we thank you very much for them. Thank you very much to Yvette and Kimberly for the continuing support. And thank you to Kathy Moore for her presence on our board. Next slide, Cindy, please. We are always trying to make sure that we are giving value for every dollar. There is a new kind of, we reported on this last year and we want to continue to report on this. There's a new kind of instrument called a social return on investment, which takes into account many, many different factors to try to see how much value there is to our inhabitants from the monies spent. And so this is called a social return on investment. And the calculations that we have done show that for every dollar of levy, our inhabitants are receiving $12.81 of benefit. So, but we want to come back and present in more detail at a later date on that. For all of you policy wonks, you'll be glad to know that that we are continuing to update our policies and to add new ones where necessary. And now you'll hear a bit about COVID-19 from Carla.
So under the provincial directive, staff worked from home for 4 weeks. We all updated our WHMIS training, including new COVID-19 protocols. Other training that staff did from home was product specific for library use, including newer updated cataloging procedures. And in preparation for reopening, we all took training on dealing with difficult people. Staff met once or twice a week by Zoom for meetings so that I could keep them up to date on information in regards to the pandemic, as well as staying in touch with each other for mental wellness reasons. The board also met every 2 weeks via Zoom to stay on top of the changing situation. During this time, we were still ordering books, and the delivery address was changed to one of the staff members' houses so that she could continue cataloging, so that when we reopened, we had new books ready for the shelves. I signed contracts for new online resources, and the addition of these, as well as other links that were important, meant constantly updating the library website. We also posted a web form that allowed the residents of the area to request library cards so that they could use the resources while we were closed. Melanie, our outreach coordinator, transitioned story time and programming to Facebook, which we are still continuing with. In mid-April, some staff transitioned back to working in the buildings, and we started to call patrons to find out how they were doing. There are some patrons where we are their main point of contact for social things, and so we were concerned about them in social isolation. We also then rearranged the spaces in the building to allow for physical distancing for staff and for patrons. And on May 21st, we opened for curbside pickup, which has been going very well. We also spent copious amounts of time then talking with patrons that were calling in for new books and just telling us how they were surviving the pandemic. In August, we did a soft, quiet reopening so that we could test our procedures and protocols that we had developed guided by legislation and library best practices. And that is where we are today, that we are still doing outdoor programming instead of in person in the library. But we are seeing our circulation numbers increasing as each week goes on.
As chair, the board wants to highly commend Carla. She was a pillar of strength throughout COVID, and I know she had some sleepless nights when she was trying to create the reopening plan and devise how to change the branches in order to keep staff and patrons safe. Thank you. Next slide, Cindy. And we are very proud that even though the doors were closed because of the pandemic, our summer programming was excellent and well attended. We had 300 children and adults doing it from July through to the end of October, especially the learning trails. And we were lucky enough, we applied for a $1,000 grant from the Kimberley Foundation, a pandemic flash grant, and we were one of 20 beneficiaries of that. Story time, as you've already heard from Carla, has gone online on Facebook, and we have approximately 75 views twice a week. 75 views, so that might be one person, that might be a whole family viewing. Carla's already talked about how the staff are making sure that our socially isolated patrons are not so socially isolated, and she has already crowed about having new library cards available on through the website. We had 161 new patrons sign up by the end of October. And Carla, any anecdotes?
Well, patrons were surprised that staff would take the time to call them and check on their mental health. That was something that we were very concerned about. We as a staff had issues with social isolation, and we could just imagine the people living alone that we know are in single households, how they were struggling with that. And so we had a few staff people that were calling 2 or 3 people a week just to stay in touch and make sure that they were surviving the pandemic. And we are receiving wonderful emails and cards from patrons thanking us for thinking of them.
Next slide, please. Did somebody have a question? No? No? Okay, thank you. As we said, we are always trying to see that we are delivering value for money, but as every institution is changing, we are trying to see how we fit into the changing landscape. There's a relatively new thing called the social determinants of health. Of course, in this year of pandemic, we're all very worried about health, both physical and mental. And more, we are being told by the experts that just doctors in medicine are not the 100% contributors to health. And this slide from the Canadian government shows that actually 50% of our health, both physical and mental, comes from other things. And if you go through that list, you can see, I think with some imagination, that the library fits very much in here. I can see that early childhood development we are engaged in, education we are engaged in both with children and lifelong learning. Keeping people's minds active is a very, very important part of mental health. Social exclusion, really social inclusion, is becoming more and more important, especially in the developed world. We know that, was it last year or the year before, that the United Kingdom actually created a minister of loneliness. So, and that shows how important that is. And community belonging down at the bottom, once again, that would go hand in hand with social inclusion. And part of education, we're very happy that I mentioned the learning trails that we created this year. We are sharing those with local schools, James Strath, for example. And unfortunately, because of COVID, we couldn't do as much partnering with our local schools. But in 2019, we had approximately 2 classes coming per month to use our facilities. Next slide, please.
That's the end of those slides.
Oh,
Now we're on
that's-
to the budget.
Now we're on to the meat of the morning. Yes. So so I don't know what slide Kimberly has for us. I think it's a summary of our budget. Well, while that's coming up, you've already seen a summary that because of our capital last year, you were generous last year. We were not. Oh, this is an information sheet. This is just something that we won't speak to today. But you heard before. Here it comes up. Yes, you heard in the introductory remarks that because of not being able to spend our whole capital budget from 2020 because of COVID, we are actually, a consolidated request for this year is for a 0.4% increase over last year. And we will run through what those are, and Carla is going to talk about the COVID needs.
Well, really, for Cindy Freeman, page, I think it would be page 5. Yes. So we are asking for $2,000 for COVID operating ongoing costs. We have spent about that amount this year. That would be for cleaning products and any kind of measures that come out. I mean, if the vaccine is successful, we may not need that. That we're asking for a 5% increase for hydro. Down at community or general administration and professional fees and honorariums, we're asking for $1,000 in each of those categories. We want to hire a consultant to help us with social media and marketing. And so that's where the $1,000 is in the professional fees. And then we'd like to increase our marketing budget by $1,000 to go along with that training that we will be receiving. Our second last large expense in operating is electronic resources. We're asking for a $3,000 increase, and that is to secure a 1-year license for lynda.com, now known as LinkedIn Learning. It's highly regarded and has been requested by several patrons. It's a little bit on the pricier side. It's $3,000 for a township our size. It has thousands of courses from very general in nature to very specific. And you can go from just general interest to actually getting certificates that are recognized. I am currently looking into ones that are about strategic planning, which is a focus for the library board, as well as some learning about Google Suite, because I've moved the library over to that for our email and file storage. The product would be very useful for those requiring skills upgrading, or for those who are underemployed or unemployed because of the pandemic. It would serve patrons such as women who are at home due to childcare issues, and students can also make use of this, this product. As long as they have a library card, they can sign in and have access to it. And in regards to our other change in operating, Glenn was going to speak to that.
Yes, of course, the largest part of our operating is, of course, salaries. And so the largest part of this 8.8% increase in our operating is in salaries, which we are asking for $13,900 to finally get all of our staff on our pay grid. Our pay grid is lower than the township pay grid. Let me just go back in history a little bit. In 2017, Templeman Group was engaged to do a pay equity exercise. We hadn't done pay equity or hadn't kept up with pay equity for some years. So in 2017, all the job descriptions were analyzed and were updated, and Templeman took those and looked at the staff, our staff, and using township staff as comparators. They changed many of the pay levels. Some of our staff were in a 300 pay grid, 300 pay band, and they were moved up to 500. I note at the township there is no one below a 600 pay band. we are quite confident that our staff are not overpaid. They work, none of them is full-time. On average, they work 21 hours a week. And our staff now, according to our pay grid, on average are $1.22 below the beginning of the pay grid. If you compare that with the township pay grid, our staff are at current pay $3.64 on average below the township pay grid. And so the whole board feels that this is absolutely essential. Pay equity is legislated, it's law. Our staff are, of course, all female. Librarians have been traditionally a female profession, and so equal pay for work of equal value has becoming more and more of a justice issue. Thank you.
If you want to move to page 6, please. This is so fun trying to do it remotely. So at the moment, we're suggesting a $5,000 rollover into our capital budget. I had intended to, we'd set up a technology schedule that would have looked at replacing our public computers this year or in 2021. But because of COVID, the computers haven't been used much in the last 6 months. I didn't feel that that was a wise choice of finances for the 2021 year. So I'm pushing that to 2022. Part of the $5,000 is potentially a rollover from our purchasing of books and DVDs. Some of our jobbers were closed during the pandemic. And so while we were still doing purchasing through places like Chapters and Amazon, some of the other places where we get the bulk of our material are on delay. And so we are planning to roll some money over. Cindy, if you scroll down that page a little bit, you will see that we are also underspent yet on network devices and office equipment and furniture. The plan with the network devices was to purchase switches, routers, and that type of equipment for in the libraries. I didn't want to change anything while the pandemic was on because patrons, towns, residents of the municipality were relying on the library's internet for doing work. They were using it from the library parking lot. And so I didn't make any changes, and I'm still in talks with Peterborough County IT department and other libraries trying to find what would be the best tech for us in terms of routers that would allow us to count the number of people using the system. With the office equipment and furniture, the plan was for a good portion of that to buy new office chairs for in the library, plus for for staff as well as for the public. We don't have enough storage room. We only have half our computers available. So I've decided to not make some of those purchases and would be planning to roll over some of that money into next year. And I will be putting that into our second draft. As for the ICIP grant, that was to work on updating, revitalizing the Bruce Johnston branch. I put the grant in November 2019 with hopes of having the township has done already. One of the big things was changing around the children's room from the room that it's in at the end of the building over to where the adult material is, just doing a swap, because we're having problems with the number of children coming in for story time. Or pre-pandemic, we were having difficulties with the number of children coming in for story time and not enough space for them to be able to enjoy being in the area that, so we were looking at what we could do to make the building, I'm sitting here in the Bruce Johnston branch, so that's why I'm looking around, to make the space more functional, putting a lot of things on wheels so that we could open it up and have more programming space available, while still being sympathetic and empathetic to those that want to use the computers, that want the collections. And so I'd been working on some ideas for that. When I put in the grant originally, it was before our first submission to council for the 2020 budget, and we had asked for a $25,000 reserve to do work at the Bruce Johnston branch, which was taken out of the budget. And I never thought again about the ICIP grant because that money was removed until I was really surprised when I got an email saying that we were still in the running. So some of the funding, for example, from the office equipment and furniture, I am planning to hold over to use as part of our portion that we need to fund for that. I don't have other numbers available. I didn't realize that I was going to have to speak to this. So
We have submitted this, if that does have a copy of the application. And we're rather surprised and very pleased that Kathy Scott, Laurie Scott has been in touch with our mayor. So perhaps that means that our application is proceeding nicely. But strangely enough, we were told to keep it confidential. So it's not that we're trying to hide anything, but
I guess if I can speak to that, this whole process of applying for an ICIP grant there's nothing confidential about it. It's motions of council that come forward. And when you're seeking monies for capital investments in a municipal facility, we need to know that. And quite frankly, I'll be blunt, I don't appreciate being blindsided by an MPP on a topic of capital improvements in a municipal facility, and I have no idea what they're talking about. So this is the kind of information that needs to come forward and have the conversation. And when you're using municipal dollars specifically towards a grant and requiring 27%, I think you owe it to council to have the conversation and bring that forward. And quite frankly, I've talked to our staff. They have no idea. They've asked for the application, they've asked for the details, and we don't have it. And so I really want those details today of what it is we've applied for, what we're doing, and to find out we're using monies that weren't allocated specifically towards a grant from a reserve is not appropriate. So I'd like to know the details, and I want to find out more about it because I report to the residents and I have no idea what's going on right now.
well, thank you very much. And we, as I said, we had no wish to not be transparent. And we have actually met with Kimberly and Yvette does have this information.
Yvette, can you please provide us with all of the information then that you have and what it is that you're missing?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the library board chair. So Glenn, so if you've sent that, what we have is the original, Kimberly and I have the original application, which you clearly have sent to us. Yes, it was after, but you definitely did send it to us and we do have a copy. When we recently met, I believe you did a modification to your original application and that's the one we're missing. So it's not the original. You definitely did send us a copy of that. So we do have that one. It's just the modified one that Kimberly and I don't have a copy of.
Oh, then I'm mistaken. I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, if you want to send that one to us, I think that's the one that Mayor McFadden is looking for to see what the modification one is, because we don't have that one on file.
I thought I had you. I will go back into my notes. So I will send that, and I will send a copy of it to council.
Okay, so my question from the MPP was what municipal dollars are being used towards this 26.6% of this most recent application, to which I don't recall any motions of council committing those funds to it in light of all of the capital infrastructure work that we did at the library. So I don't know, I don't understand where this money's coming from because council clearly didn't approve to participate in this grant and 26.6% inclusion. So that's what I'm struggling with.
I will itemize that for council in an email.
So you're suggesting we've already provided the municipal dollars for this grant application that that I wasn't aware of.
Well, as I said, originally when I put in the grant, I had done it with the $25,000 reserve that we had asked for in the 2020 budget. So then
So what was that identified that was going towards the ICIP, or what was that identified for?
It was identified as revitalization of the Bruce Johnston branch.
But the plan for those monies were for the ICIP grant.
No, I had not said that it was for that.
Okay, that's the part of the transparency that I had an issue with, because we were very forthcoming and transparent with regards to our ICIP grants applications for all of the other facilities. And if we'd had that discussion, I have no issues with the spending capital dollars at the Bruce Johnston Library. Clearly, we invested heavily in the last year. And my concern is that we need to be open and transparent on the intents for those funds.
Mhm. Because that was removed from the budget, I didn't think again about the ICIP grant because I assumed we didn't have the money. We finally have our 2019 audit, and it looks like we have some surplus from that, which is what I was going to apply towards it, as well as this part of the 11,000 that is not spent out of our office equipment and furniture.
Okay. Ms. Hurley, maybe you could provide some background on this discussion of pay equity versus the grid system and how that's all rolled out, because I recall our last conversation was to bring everything all together, and it doesn't sound like we're bringing everything all together. So I'd just like some background on that.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So basically, I think what's happening is there seems to be a confusion between pay equity and a salary grid system, which is a salary grid merit system is a matrix, which allows professional movement along a grid system. It's not the same as pay equity. Pay equity, basically, pay equity is an equal pay for work of equal or comparable values, which requires companies to carry out as a legislation requirement. So I think where things got a little confusing here is we did carry out a pay equity, which Glenn alluded to, definitely correct. The pay equity review was done for the township staff as well as for the library staff. And at that time, the library staff had their own grid, or what I refer to as a salary grid system or matrix. They had their own and the township had theirs. So what's alluding to is when we placed the employees for the library on the municipal grid system, they were below where they would be if they were on the system with the municipality. And the discussion at that time was that if the library wished to go on to the municipal grid system and not have their own grid system, then policies and procedures and need to be incorporated and blended together. And we did start that, and Carla can allude to that. At the time, Linda Allaire was the chair, and we've had several meetings over a year to start looking at their policies and seeing how they would blend in or fold into the township policies, such as vacation adjustments and things. So there was quite a bit of work done at that time to be able to do that. However, we have not met and continued to do that process. So therefore, the library board and their salary grid system is still their system. It is not a part of the township system. And I just want to clarify, because a lot of professional companies have different types of salary grid systems that allow for movement for employees along over years, such as, doing additional work, training, education, etc., and allows for a step process so that it's an enhancement for employees, something that they can work towards should they do so. It's not a requirement to do that, and it's not a legislative requirement to have one, but it definitely is legislative requirement to have a pay equity review. And that is what was carried out. So it's two separate. I think if they wanted to, at that time, we discussed them moving forward. However, that is not what has taken place.
And if I can and if I please can continue on from
Absolutely.
it.
Go ahead, Glenn. Go ahead.
I was part of that discussion that we had with Yvette and Kimberly, several very profitable meetings where we compared our policies. Yvette was very strongly of the belief that if we wanted to become part of use the same pay grid as the municipality, we should have all of our policies in lockstep and very much the same. And we worked on that quite hard, but we saw that we saw comparing our policies that really they were almost identical. And this business of moving along a grid by merit, we realized that for our libraries, that really is a bridge too far. We can't hope to move along, but we can hope to at least be on the beginning of a pay grid. And how this links in with pay equity is that because it's female staff, we had to have comparators, and Templeman Group used the municipality as comparators. Now, all of those were female as well, so they had to do a very special, what they call a regression analysis, to come up with what is equal pay for work of equal value. So if we do not somehow keep in step, not identical, but somehow keep in step with the municipality, we will not be fulfilling pay equity.
I guess I'll let Yvette speak in a moment, but I guess my question is, it appears that we're picking and choosing which parts of the policies that we wish to follow through, so that we've got the grid discussion, but in all of those policies and procedures that we've said you're either all on board or you're off. For example, vacation. How does the vacation policy of the library line up with the vacation policy of the township, which is also considered part of the benefits package?
Yes, and of course, and we follow the employment standards, and so it's not as generous as the township. I believe that your week off, your staff's week off between Christmas and New Year's is over and above regular holiday. At the library, that is not the case.
No, I guess my point is you understand the compensation package is all encompassing, which is included in all of the HR policies. So if you wish to follow along on the township side, I can understand and respect that, but you can't pick and choose which ones work out to the benefit. It's an all or nothing. You can't pick and choose some out and say, I want to follow these, but I don't want to follow your vacation policy, or I don't want to follow this policy, because that's the whole package in a whole. So I don't think it's fair to suggest that we're not following the pay grid, but at the same time, you're not following all the HR policies, which we've made very clear. It's an all-encompassing package, and that's how it works. And so if you're choosing not to follow that, how it's laid out, that's fair. But then you can't compare, it's apples and oranges to compare parts of the different ones. You've decided not to follow all of the policies, which is, that's fine, but don't pick and choose.
I'm afraid I can't agree with you. I don't believe we are picking and choosing. I believe we are trying to compare apples to apples.
We're also not asking to go onto the township grid. The increases is just to put the staff on the library grid, which Yvette has copies of the library grid. I can send that to you as well if you want to see, so that you can compare it with the township's grid. That we're not asking to go onto the township's grid at this point.
Yeah, no, it's not in our best interest as far as a municipality to micromanage how the operations of the library, and that's not what I'm trying to do. All I'm suggesting is to suggest to us that the council is not supportive of that, and then pull into the township grid and make it relative. It's a discussion that's completely unrelated. You're on your own and you operate within your own grid, of which you have complete control, of which you have total control over the pay equity, etc. That's a board decision. It's not a council thing. But at the end of the day, when I get into this, I see an 8.8% increase. And if you take a look at the slide outlining some of the mental health issues that residents are dealing with, the very top one is income. And quite frankly, we have a very tough budget before us. And when I see an 8.8% increase in any item, I have a real issue with it. And to suggest that it's a smaller increase, a 0.4, based on the fact that we did so many capital improvements at Bruce Johnston Library, isn't a fair comparison. That certainly doesn't slip me when that goes through. So you got to be cognizant of that. We're well aware it's going to be a tough budget. It is going to be lower. And you're going to have to take a look at that, because I know personally I'm not going to support it, because quite frankly, I've got residents that can't afford their tax bills. So it's this is going to be a tight budget, and I'm just giving you a heads up. It's 8.8% straight on salaries. I won't support it. That's just going to come out as the levy. It's not going to become a discussion on the operations. That's up to the board and for yourselves to manage. Any further questions from members of council? I apologize, I can't see everyone because the Deputy Mayor Graham. Very good. Go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I was just going to, there's been some fulsome discussion with regards to the ICIP grant. I'm just wondering if it's the intention, based on that discussion, that that information will be either circulated or provided in the next budget meeting. Is that the intention, or just out of curiosity and clarity?
Send it out sooner.
Yes, and we can easily include that in the next budget round.
Excellent. Very good. Any other questions from members of council? Okay, seeing none. All right. Thank you very much, Glenn and Carla. And we will look forward to the
Thank you.
next budget meeting.
Good luck for the rest of your day.
Thank you very much. Our next item, capital and operating reviews with management by department, and we're going to start with planning.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, you're at 10:25. Do you wish to take your 15-minute break now, and then we'll come back and get started at 10:40?
Sounds like a great idea. Are you going to play music for the intermission?
I don't believe so.
Are you all ready for Christmas for your boys? You're mute.
Yeah, for the most part, it's gonna be a pretty simple Christmas this year.
Oh, is it? They don't have any big expectations of what they'd like?
No, they've been pretty well accommodated throughout the course of the year. So
No.
they had a few last minute requests that were more intangible. So
Because you usually go skiing or something over Christmas, don't you?
not typically. Like I usually go a little bit later in the year, but
Oh, do you?
yeah.
I remember watching your oldest son last year. He's getting pretty good.
He's really good. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's quite disappointed. He was going to be volunteering at Brimacombe this year
Oh.
because of the restrictions there.
They won't let him.
Well, they can't because of the numbers.
Yeah.
I'm sure it was
That's
pretty tough on
same.
them. I have to tell everybody sorry, but not this year. We can't do it.
I know. That's the same. My Ryan's girls are all in dance. And they were doing great. They managed to get them all back in, spaced out properly, and now they've had to cut their sizes back again. And they do competitions, so all the competitions have been postponed. They missed all last year's competitions because they come in the spring. So they're a little upset because they work hard all year. Well, they dance 5 days a week. And then they're sitting in limbo, can't do anything. That's their big finale, is to be able to show everybody what they can do.
Yeah, everybody's adjusting.
Oh, they are. Kids are doing better than us, I think.
I think so.
Just
Yeah,
a
I get-
reminder, as we're on the break here, we are still live streaming to YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I'll go mute.
Welcome back, everybody. Nobody's moving. Am I frozen?
No, you're good, Mayor.
Jeez, it's hard to tell. Speaking of frozen,
I liked it better.
You
with
mean
the-
we
frozen,
could,
where's Councillor Belch? Speaking of frozen.
you mean we can freeze you if we want?
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Belch is still here. He just doesn't have his video turned on and he's muted at this point.
Okay, I don't. He is, oh, maybe, next screen.
His
No,
video is off,
Oh.
so he won't be on your main screen.
okay. Councillor Belch, can you hear us? Maybe he's giving it the thumbs up from the audio.
I believe he's still connected. Maybe he just has not returned from the break yet.
I'm back.
All right, excellent. We have all members of council. Okay, our next item then is we're going to move right into planning. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Conley.
Or your worship, through you to the chair, to the rest of council. What you have before you is the proposed budget for 2021 draft for planning. You'll also be seeing me for budget with respect to building department and economic development. I'm not sure if you want me to go through and review what you have in front of you, or if you just go straight into questions.
I prefer, until there's a question, I prefer that that we not do the share screen. Just simply, I can't see all of members of council to see if anybody's raising their hand. Perfect, excellent. If a member of council has a specific question on a page or an item, then we can share the screen accordingly. So questions from members of council. Councillor Belch, I can't see you obviously because you don't have the video on. So if you have a question, please just interrupt. Questions specific on planning? Seeing none. Okay, next.
I'm just waiting for direction. So if there are no questions on planning, then I guess we can go into building and building department. What you see before you, and you'll see for planning, building, and for economic development, one line which is conspicuous, which is the extra allocation for my position, which is the executive director of planning and building and economic development. That will be a line that goes consistently through planning, building, and economic development. But again, in this case, you'll see a reduction in the request and the budgeting. And again, the reason for that is not just the allocation for my position, it's also for the removal of a full-time contract position and the reductions according to that. So if there are any questions, I can certainly try and answer those.
Deputy Mayor Graham.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. John, just a question with regards to the allocation for legal expenses. I noticed that there's a substantial increase allocated for that budget request. Is there sort of a catalyst or any sort of just curious with regards to the rationale behind that?
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Graham. Typically what we have is we propose a baseline budget of about $5,000 typically, and that's we're either over or under depending on what happens on the building side. Some of those are with respect to lawsuits or things that are going, any legal instruments, things like that. Specifically, we have one particular situation that myself with Kyle Phillips in discussions with senior management sort of feel like it has the potential to have a bigger draw than what we usually have with that. My hope is, of course, we work with compliance and work with anyone to get away from the idea of having to deal with the legal stuff. But I think it's in our best interest to identify that as a potential cost with the hope that we would not have to go that route and that other alternatives would be able to get us where we need to as an outcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your worship, you're muted.
Okay, did you get all that?
Yes, it's committed to memory.
I apologize. So we're in building and bylaw. Sorry, I was just off there for a second. Question, bylaw enforcement, just so there is a 14.3% increase. It's a small one. So I know it jumps out as a massive increase, but it's all relative to the numbers, similar to the 0.2 increase in planning for $608. So I don't think we're going to spend very much time on this, or we'll actually go over the amount that is the variance. Any questions, any further questions then with John on any of those items? None? In my order here, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm heading into protective services, but shouldn't we be covering ACDEV, or is that going to be under CAO? Ms. Hurley?
Through you, your worship, it was originally under CAO. It is currently there, but it will be moving under planning. So if you wish to, you could go right into economic development. Mr. Conley is on, and I believe Matthias is as well.
All right, Mr. Conley, just to throw a wrench into everything now, you're going to speak about ACDEV.
This is, again, one of my three favorite subjects next to planning and building. What you have before you, again, in the creation of my position and the blending into one department, and I think it's a really good strategic move on behalf of the township, is bringing planning and building and economic development together. This was something that was under the CEO, but again, is a shared responsibility. What you have before you is a reduction in the amount being asked for. And again, as I indicated before, part of that is with respect to the reduction in HR contracted services, also reduce events under the economic development portfolio, as well as I said before, in the other two instances, the allocation for the creation of my position and the hiring of myself. So if you have any questions, I can answer as best I can. Ms. Hurley can answer others, and I also have Bridget Iott who'd be able to answer any specific details if you have those.
Very good. Excellent. So we got a minus 8.1% across this department. Well done. Questions? Specifically, Deputy Mayor Graham.
I had a question with regard, through you, Mayor. I had a question with regards to the capital, with regards to the downtown CIP rollover. I understand that there's a lag with regards to the disbursement of the funds. I think that's the appropriate way to say it. But there seems to be a remaining amount of unutilized funds that is continuing or probably not allocated or not to be distributed. And so I was just curious, before approving another injection of the 25,000, what percent of that, or what amount of that 41,000 is sort of unutilized, and if that could potentially just be held to, to sort of reduce that additional $25,000 investment and sustain a 25,000 available funds for this next iteration of the CIP.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Graham, what I can do is, Bridget has a lot of background on this. What I can do is allow for Bridget to give you the details, and then I can add more.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've gone through those, but what I would like to do is I'd like to go through the capital as we knock each department off. So with that, if we could turn, and I would ask to share the screen so all members of council are on the same page. Can we go into the specific capital items relative to Mr. Conley's departments in his three favorite subjects?
Yeah, there you go.
So Bridget, could you answer Deputy Mayor Graham's question with respect to the CIP, the rollover, and if there's a potential savings?
Yes, through you, Mayor McFadden, to Councillor, or to Deputy Mayor Graham. The 41,200 includes the 25,000 that was allocated in 2020 for a 2020 CIP project. We were delayed in actually putting that out because of COVID. So we launched the program just in November. And we have received, the closing date was just December 4th. We have received 6 applications for that. So we do anticipate those funds will be allocated. The remaining was the 2019 project. We had received funds from the province, as well as we injected some funds of our own. Again, there were delays in those projects. There were kind of 2 reasons. One, it was challenging for some of the projects to get qualified contractors to work on heritage buildings, and then obviously COVID. So we were able to allocate all of the funds that were given to us by the province. We have now been able to offer an extension to those 3 projects that are still remaining that got halted because of COVID, and they will be completing their projects in 2020 as well.
Just if we could make that screen a little bit bigger for those that are trying to view it. That's better. Very good.
Just a follow-up.
Go ahead.
Just a point of clarity then. So it's so Bridget, just so I'm just trying to understand and follow along. So of that 41.2, do we expect, I know this is spanning a couple different years of the CIP. Do we expect, or have those funds been all designated for distribution to the various projects?
Yes.
So the rollover, so all of the 41,000 is utilized. So
yeah.
Okay. That was my question. Very good.
Very good. Questions, again, Councillor Belch, if you have questions specifically, raise it. I guess my question to Ms. Pope, under Parks and Facilities, in light of our conversation that we just had with the library, can we provide some clarity there? Clearly, it's a capital investment. I'm not sure, I don't have access to what their most recent application ICIP grant is, nor do you. But if it's a capital expenditure, it should be listed under these Parks and Facilities and clearly annotated with the ICIP grant so that we all understand exactly what it is that they've applied for and where it's going. So I'd like to see that. I don't know how we're going to fit that in.
So you're speaking to the library to match them to what we do have under Parks and Facilities. So under Parks and Facilities on the screen there, the $966,000 and the $511,750 for the 2 projects that we currently have outstanding with the ICIP grant. They're identified there with the ICIP funding. The library, if you wanted to add them, because they're incorporated on a different format, but I could definitely do that once they provide the details of their grant, so we can do that. But ours are included here in the capital, and we could ask them to do the same.
I think it needs to be clearly annotated, because last year when we provided them funds for, I believe they said $25,000, it was slated for a particular purpose. It's clearly they earmarked that now towards a different project, which wasn't its intended recipient. So I don't want to see new request, which was the one that we thought we'd filled last year, reappear in this budget. And I want to ensure that we can visually see and be open and transparent about where these funds are going.
Right, and also just to add to that, like the library had said, they initially presented $25,000, which was removed and not approved of council. So even if we had the information last year, we could have identified that, but there was no inclusion at all in the budget. So when she received the notification later, she actually didn't have the funds available to contribute the municipal portion. So it's a little bit convoluted, but we can definitely get them to report in the same way that we do to council.
Excellent. The 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth line from the bottom, Tower Hill South Playground Equipment, $100,000 item. I know today we're looking for items to remove out of the budget, so I would suggest that that one comes right out of the budget. We don't put playground equipment in new subdivisions, so there's an easy one as far as I'm concerned. If I have support from the rest of council, just to remove that item right out of there. Councillor Moore, second. Deputy Mayor Graham. Madam Clerk, recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor Graham,
Yes.
Councillor Moore,
You're muted, Councillor Moore.
Councillor Moore,
Sorry, yes.
Councillor Belch,
Yes.
Councillor Huntley,
Yes.
Mayor McFadden.
Yes, motion is approved with 4 yeses and 1 sorry yeses. Okay,
Mayor
any other items
McFadden?
specific?
Sorry,
Yes.
Mayor McFadden?
Yes, go ahead.
Just for clarification on the motion that you just made, we still need to clarify the subdivision agreement with regards to Tower Hill North. So the subdivision agreement was also approved by council. So, and there is a question with regards to the furnishings of the playground equipment that we're currently working on, and I need to report back to you on that. But I just want to make that clear that we did adopt a subdivision agreement. There seems to be some concerns regarding the language around the subdivision, which I'll be sending a letter to the Tower Hill with regards to that and reporting back to you at the next budget.
Okay, and I would like some thought put into, I'd like to see some sort of a policy so that it's not an unwritten rule, but quite frankly, the township's not responsible for putting playground equipment in new subdivisions. That's not our role. And regardless of what subdivision agreements and who's paying for what, I want it made abundantly clear that we're not paying for playground equipment in new subdivisions.
Again, through you, Mr. Chairman, I'm just stating that the subdivision agreement did go before council, and there is some concern regarding the language around a section of that subdivision agreement that I need to report back to you on.
Absolutely. That's Tower Hill South, but Tower Hill North, lessons learned, make sure it's in there and it's not up for interpretation. Okay, any other questions on capital items specifically within Mr. Conley's department? That being Active, Parks and Rec, and Planning.
Through your worship to council, I haven't taken on the parks and facilities portfolio yet.
Sorry. Wow.
But I'm more than happy to speak as best I can to if you want to go back into the planning and building. But I do appreciate the promotion.
My apologies. You got dragged right into that one. That was yeah, perfect.
That's not a problem.
Okay, so I got ECDev on the one page. Sorry, I'm just trying to ECDev planning and bylaw. Am I missing? Is there another page? Sorry, I don't have it in front of me. A page specific to capital items with those other 2 departments. There's planning. Oh, it's under clerk. Okay, all right.
It's before you on the shared screen, your worship.
So did you lose those departments? How'd that work? How's that in there?
Already? It was a short career, but a fast one.
Okay, all right. Any questions under the CAO clerk's planning and building relative to just the planning and building for Mr. Conley? Again, could you just, okay, go ahead. Councillor Huntley.
Through you, Chair, is the ward boundary review, Is that part of this year's budget, or is it a rollover from, or sorry, is it part of next year's budget, or is it a rollover from this year's budget? Like, didn't we already pull it out of reserves?
I can speak to that. Mayor?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Sorry. So through you, Mayor, to Council, you had funded that through the corporate services report, but it was to borrow from the reserves until we were able to levy it within the next year's budget. So this is where we're levying it to raise it through municipal tax funds, but any expenses that happened last year were being borrowed from reserves and will be replaced once these funds come in 2021.
So how's that identified on here? Because technically that ward boundary review, it's going to be levied, but it's not actually going towards the ward boundary review. It's to go back to replace monies that were in reserves that were used to pay for this. Is that reflected in this anyway? I see Councillor Huntley's point.
So actually the corporate services report itself asks about borrowing it in the year 2020. That's where the borrowing occurs. In the year 2021, we're fully funding it through the municipal levy. That's why it's $50,000 adjusted total, and then paying back, because of the corporate services report, any funds spent to date. I believe there's one invoice on its way, but we actually haven't spent anything to date, but I believe by the end of the year, there will be something. So the borrowing was actually part of the corporate services report 2020-19. The 2021 budget incorporates just paying for it in full.
Okay. Any other questions specific to this, or any other departments that you want Mr. Conley to respond to? I guess that one was a clerk department one. Councillor Huntley.
Through you again, Chair. The Baxter Creek floodplain study, is it ongoing, or was that like, I thought that was last year's? Is it a new study, or is it a carryover from the previous year?
Through your worship to Councillor Huntley and the rest of council, it is an item that work has already been done. What we are looking at is the results of that study, or we're taking a look as to whether or not that will be a requirement for if it needs more further study, and whether or not the special policy area in which that's under will have to be reviewed. So right now, the dollars are being asked for under the capital, with the idea that if we need to, based on that new floodplain mapping, which is being reviewed right now, peer reviewed, if we need to do further work to refine that, that special study area, that policy, we would do so. But if there is no need based on the mapping that's already taken place, as you are correct, Councillor Huntley, that those funds would not be used.
Okay, what I'm going to do is actually, I'm just going to go back to the operations side. I know it's Mr. Conley's first budget, and we do appreciate asking him questions that are completely unrelated to his department. But I think if we go back to just the operations, and then when we're finished that, we'll go through the corresponding capital items. We've played with poor Mr. Conley's mind enough now, asking him difficult questions unrelated to any of his topics. So why don't we do that? We'll head back to operations. I believe Mr. Conley would be done then. We've gone through each of his three favorite departments.
And my soon-to-be favorite, parks and facilities. Again, if you have any questions on either operator or capital, I'll be available throughout the day.
All right, very good. We'll probably have some more capital projects questions later. Very good. Okay, next then in my list, I have protective services, operating and I have operating and fleet. Are we going to do the fleet, or are we going to wait for capital at the end? Chief?
If you want to do the capital at the end, that would be great. The operating budget, we had an education session the other day regarding the master fire plan, and our calls are increasing. And I believe Kimberly mentioned earlier where the increases are in the fire suppression division 4405. And it's this year's budget, if you look at the actuals, is over in the materials and supplies. That's directly related to COVID-19 stuff, protocols and equipment that was implemented to get us through to where we are today. And we're anticipating that but overall, we're hoping to be within budget for the 2020 year, but that's yet to be remains to be seen with a couple of months left, but we're working diligently to try to come in on budget if possible. But and for 2021, there's some areas that we've just sort of hit reset and to try again. And I'm speaking specifically regarding the training division. There was some training that had to be modified, and there was some, which resulted in reduced costs. But the fear is if we cut it this year or for 2021, we're only going to be in a problem in 2022 when we have to play catch up. So I've just put that forward for council's consideration. And then the capital, I'm sure there'll be a wholesome discussion regarding that, and I'll be able to answer any of council's questions or concerns regarding operating or capital.
Very good. Questions for our chief. Again, Councillor Belch, I can't see you obviously, so just interrupt if you've got a question.
That's fine. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Well, we can hear you now.
Mr. Mayor, do you want me to shut my video off or?
No, it doesn't matter. I can't see
Okay.
Councillor Belch because he's got his video off anyways. No, I can, it's good. Councillor Huntley.
Through you, Chair, to the chief. I was noticing when you're talking about the training section, is that what's referred to in here as your contracted services, your 4405, 4100? Because you did 50,000 last year, you came in at 30 this year, and you're asking for 5,000 more next year. Like, is that the training, or is that something different?
It's through the mayor to Councillor Huntley. 4405 is fire suppression. That line that you're talking about there is directly related to the contract with, one thing is the contract with the city of Peterborough for the automatic aid agreements. Not just the city of Peterborough, it's all the automatic aid agreements that we have in place to augment some of our coverage. So we're anticipating an increase in that area. If you look at the call volumes that have been going up, that's why that increase is projected at that. So it's a discussion point. I've projected at that. That's my best guess.
Okay. Any other questions? I take a look. I see protective services. So we've got a 2.7% on the operating side, and when we do get into the vehicles, it's a 5.8. But I mean, those are expected relative to dollars. It's $2,900. Any further questions for the chief? If not, we'll leave. We're going to leave the capital discussion for later. We'll do that one after lunch, after we all have our virtual meal. So we'll move then into Public Works. Mr. Hancock, are you ready?
I am here, Mr. Mayor. Would you like to go through it in sections? Is that the intent? And we'll start with the operating budget, which includes salary and our what we call our hard services. Is that the section you want to refer to? And then we have fleet, and then we have environmental, and we have solar.
We've got the summaries in front of us. I don't know. I think does council have any questions relative to each of the sections before them? If we want to just start at the top, I've got it: Public Works operating, Public Works solar, Public Works vehicles, Public Works environmental. So let's start on the operating, which is in each of your binders. Roads, Public Works tab.
Through your chair.
Go ahead, Councillor Huntley.
I guess the big one here is your recoverable revenues, Mr. Hancock. Like, they seem to be drastically off what was budgeted last year, and you seem to have adopted to that now. And
through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Huntley, the recoverable there was our engineering fees that we were collecting from developments, and we had projected that Tower Hill North would come on, and we would have a substantial amount of cash coming in to offset, and that's particularly one of Evan's responsibilities. So we have to date, we will be receiving the funds from Nina Court, which is the number that's quoted there. Tower Hill North is yet to be seen, but if it does come on board next year, we will receive an excess of $50,000. So that was our projection, but we are off on that particular development.
Well, if you're expecting the 50,000, then wouldn't the 20 be 50 instead of 20?
20 is what we foresee happening for next year, because it will proceed. Any of the other developments are somewhat, the timelines are not set, and we're not foreseeing them until probably 21.
Okay.
So if you could just go through, just from a high level, Mr. Hancock, the variance on the operating is 7.4%, which represents 112,000. Can you just go through, I don't need the, I'm not looking for the small items. Can you just highlight what the big items are within that $112,000 increase request for the year?
I think one of the major items that we did look at was the street sweeping, and through our conversation, I guess at senior staff level and probably with the finance committee, it was discussed that that should be a truly operating amount. So there is an increase in hardtop maintenance. It has an increase of some, I think it's about $14,000, and that's it's a transfer from operating, that all the street sweeping is included in operating rather than in capital. That was one of the major changes. The other items, there is a summer student included in the, as you note in front of you, for engineering or for public works. And generally most of the accounts, excepting solar, are running pretty much either within budget or slightly, they're not, the discrepancies are very, very low. So I'm not sure there's any highlights. The street sweeping was one. We are, I think our loose top, I think the other one that Kimberly mentioned in the introductions and recommendations was our sand and salt supplies. And that's primarily due to increases in material costs. We do have some increased infrastructure, but we're not maintaining Tower Hill South at the present time. I'm not sure if there's anything else specifically that council wants me to draw their attention to. Our street lighting, we have a we have a pending capital purchase there, which is 3 decorative lights that have not came through yet. So that's not showing in our 2020 actuals. Those are decorative lights for the downtown that have been taken out by vehicles, and those units are worth about $10,000 a lamp. So we're actually purchasing 3 of them. 2 will be installed, 1 will be in spare, and saves us on this timeline, because the wait time on the street lights is 10 to 12 weeks right now. And with COVID, and I hate to use it as an excuse, but a lot of the supplies are quite different. People can't seem to get their hands on certain materials. So one piece of the puzzle just doesn't happen to fit there. I think our discussions are in public works are primarily in the capital area. We have allowed for replacement of 3 of the fleet there, as you'll note. And those are showing in the operating budget, but they would be only in place until the new purchases are approved and we could acquire them. So we are including them for 2021, that being the excavator, the 1 tandem truck, and 1 half-ton. We will carry those because we're not sure of delivery dates, and they may well end up, we believe, into 2021. So with that being said, I'm not sure if there's any other specific areas, but I certainly can provide comment further.
On the streetlights specifically, have we got some sort of policy for the replacement? I know we've ordered a spare this year, but for some reason those things are coming down quicker than we can put them up. But those lights went down last winter. So the fact that they're still on order now, have we got some sort of policy moving forward? Because it's, I understand 10 to 12 weeks, but not 10 to 12 months.
I think that's a fair comment. I think that's an issue internal to our department on the issue of trying to find the right light, because they don't seem to have replacement of the old type of decorative. So we're trying to sort out what's available. A lot of the decorative lights are only available for 3 or 4 years and then no longer on the market. I think that part of the delay is staff's issue. We should have been on top of it earlier, and we should have ordered them earlier. The delay presently, we've been chasing this now probably since midsummer, and I think we were hopeful at one point we might get some insurance money back against these lights, which has not happened. So I would say it's partly a market issue, but also a staff issue on staying on top of the replacement. So for next year, we have the spare if we have another decorative light taken down. I think the second part of it is that if we foresee something, we're trying to get some consistency in the market on these decorative lights, so that we, if we have to, we want to deal with product that is available 5-10 years out, not product that's only available for 2 or 3 years. So we're trying to deal with that. Also, we have a contractor on board, Starling Electric, that has been working with us on the repairs. He's available 24/7, that sort of issue, and he will do the installations as soon as we have the new ones available.
So I guess one of the problems is we've identified these lights are obviously not being carried anymore. Some of the fixes that have been made, the skirts don't fit the posts, and quite frankly, it doesn't reflect the beauty that we're trying to bring within our downtown. It starts to look haphazard. Do we have a strategy moving forward? Because quite frankly, for the amount of money that council spent initially to beautify that downtown, quite frankly, if you do a drive-by of the lights, the skirts, and the composition, and the ones that are down, and we know that they won't be the last ones coming down, I really think we need a strategy moving forward, because we have put a lot of time and effort into that downtown.
I think for council's information, we probably should do a report to you on the types of lights you have, and basically come forward with a program policy that says, here's what we're looking at for those on King Street, which are slightly different than Center Street. And therefore we can deal with it on a larger scope to say, here's the plan for the township moving forward on decorative lights.
Perfect. That sounds like a great idea. Any other questions on the operations? Councillor Huntley.
Through you, Chair. I guess the other one that kept popping up was that crosswalk over in Crestwood. Is there anything in this budget, Mr. Hancock, to address whatever needed to be addressed to that crosswalk?
Evan is actually available. We have ordered, and there was additional lighting to be done there, and maybe Evan, I'll get you to update, because you've been dealing with the supplier directly. So go ahead there, please.
Yep. So through you, Mayor, to Councillor Huntley. So though that whole system has been ordered with the 2020 budget, we did have enough funds in the 2020 budget to cover it. Currently, the anchors have been cored into place, and they're just waiting for the adhesive to cure. And then the new poles, lights, and signs will be installed. So that will be completed within the next week or so.
Excellent. Thanks, Evan.
No problem.
Very good. Any further questions for Mr. Hancock specifically on the on that first section, which was the operations? Sorry, I'm jumping back to my budget.
I think, Mr. Mayor, the other thing I'd like to note to council, and again, Kimberly has highlighted this as one of the pieces of the puzzle, but we have allowed for the continuation of the compost program, the pilot program. It is included in the budget, and it is paid through this budget. So I just wanted council to be aware we will be in a position to call new contracts next year, and we're looking forward to the city of Peterborough building a new compost site over at Bensford, which might make our travel time a little bit better. But the programs that we have in place, including the new subdivision, we are carrying on, or recommending that we carry on with the kitchen waste program.
Okay. A question, I don't see it here necessarily in the budget. Last year, we we brought forward a motion to track the plows, and it was a 1 year. Have we decided whether or not, is it in the budget to continue it? If not, then we should have that discussion.
This, that program through, to you, Mr. Mayor, carries over into 2021. And we have, that was available to the public, you might remember, so it is available there. We were proposing in this budget that we carry on with that. There is 7,000 that's included in the works, in the operating budget, but that is at council's discretion. I think, again, we were expecting that we might do a report on it to see. We didn't find that there was much use from the public. We didn't get many calls from the public that I know of anyhow. And we were probably going to recommend that we discontinue it going into 2021 after the 1 year period.
Yeah, and do you know what the date is? I believe it's at the end of January.
I think it's the end of January, first part of February, yes.
Okay, but currently you've got it in this budget to continue it?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm not sure how the rest of council feels. I don't think it's necessary. I don't think the uptake was all that great, and I think it's $7,000 that we can take out as long as the rest of council is all right with that. Councillor Moore?
I agree. I think it's almost wasted money if nobody's logging into it. There's no benefit.
Okay, motion then from Councillor Moore to remove it. I got a seconder from Councillor Huntley who's going to speak to it.
I guess I'm seconding it. Do we know there was no uptick? Like, do we have any reporting back on what happened and what went on?
We didn't receive any comments from the public one way or the other on it from our records. I don't think there was one. We certainly had we had some comments from the mayor and some council, but we didn't receive any comments from the public that I have records of. So we're not showing anything that anyone really. We did have calls, our standard practice, and we were able to tell them where the plows were, but that's the records that we have to date.
Okay, but so by not receiving calls from the public about it, does that not mean that the public was using it, or do you just not see the public using it at all?
We're not seeing the public using it.
Okay.
Yeah, I quite frankly, I did like it. It assisted myself, but it's if I'm the only one, or if it's just council that's using it, that really wasn't the purpose of it. I don't really wish to be a plow truck discussion person for where trucks are. The intent was for the public to use it, not for us to have an additional job added to our plates. Deputy Mayor Graham, did you have your hand up, I think, on that topic?
I did. Yeah, I think there was a fulsome discussion about this previously, but yeah, I would be interested to know if there is an actual. I wouldn't think we were judging uptake based on the amount of calls or responses we might receive on the app. I'd be curious if there's no sort of, annual summary at the end of January with regards to the number of views. But if it seems as though if there are any matrix or things of the like that they aren't indicating there is much in the way of uptake. But I think I voted against this last year just because I don't think it's a service that people expect from a municipality of our size and rural nature. So I'd be happy to second Councillor Moore's motion to.
You'd have to third it at this point.
Okay, very good. I wasn't sure if Councillor Huntley was in or
that
not.
Was a forced section. He wanted to speak.
There you go. Very good.
All right. If there's no further discussion on it, as long as council is fine, I agree. There wasn't that much uptake. I personally quite enjoyed the application, but it wasn't designed for me. It was designed for the public. So I'm fine with removing it out. All right, Madam Clerk, unless Councillor Belcher has anything to say on that particular topic, I'm going to call for a recorded vote.
No, sounds like it's a good idea to have a vote.
Okay, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, just for clarification, currently on the screen, it's showing 12,000 for the GPS tracking system. You had indicated 7. Is there a different line item that we should be referring to that we're removing?
My only concern was, I believe, and Mr. Hancock can speak to it, I think there is some GPS tracking stuff that we do require in there, but that's for internal purposes, not for us. So we're looking at the public facing portion of it. So Mr. Hancock, is there a breakdown specifically to the line item that we're going to have removed?
This one here is the actual tracking system for the public, so this one can be removed. We do have a $7,000 one under the operating and winter control that covers off the other parts of it.
So it's the 12,000 we want removed?
Yes.
Okay, very good. That's the one, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Counselor Moore,
Yes.
Counselor Huntley,
Yes.
Counselor Belch,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Graham,
Yes.
Mayor McFadden.
Yes, motion is approved. Any other items specific to operations in Public Works? None. Okay, on to the next one. We have Public Works Solar.
Mr. Mayor, I think we, again, as our Director of Finance has commented, we have found that our revenues are down. I think that I'm not sure what that relates to because the agreement's a long-term agreement at a set rate. We have found that some of the units require some maintenance. I think we found that they were flat when they should be up and turning. I think we've driven by them. So we have a company out of Peterborough that's now providing sort of ongoing maintenance for us. And I think that's helping with the revenues because if the units are working properly, I think the revenues will help. But the numbers, the budget is up because of us providing for increased maintenance and because the revenues are slightly down from what we had projected from the original situation. Now, this is a long-term contract, and I think we spoke about, I just don't remember whether it was 20 years or 25 years, but longer than my expectancy at the township here.
No, I'm sorry, you're stuck with that 20-year contract.
Any questions on the solar or Councillor Huntley?
Through you, Chair, to Mr. Hancock, like we don't have to do it for the budget today because obviously we're in a long-term contract, but I'd be curious to have a report come back at some point to what is the viability of this program? Like, is it costing us money, making us money, breaking even? Like, it's hard to tell from just looking at these budget sheets, but I think it would be beneficial to all of us to actually understand the program a little better and kind of see how it's tracking.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Huntley, I think that's a good idea. We should go back and because this was entered into a number of years ago, and we should go back and look at the revenues. We should look at the capital cost repayment plan and bring a report forward, sort of outlining that. We can work with finance on that to better inform council of where the program is. We were originally looking at a 12-year payout on this on all of the capital, and we have to, I think it's gone to probably 14 years. We want to make sure that we're still at the end of the day making money. I think the longer term issue is I've always commented that these solar units can be used for what they call fixed metering if there is no program in place at the end of 20 years. And that is, they call it net metering, is where you actually hook it onto your building and use them for power for the building to offset your hydro costs. But those I think it's a good idea that we do an updated report on that and bring council all the information we can on it.
Maybe appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Hancock. You need a motion or direction or?
Well, your words are my command, so I'm here.
Like a genie.
Do you want a motion of expectation? Is that what we're looking for?
Sure.
I'll make a motion for Mr. Hancock to bring back a report on the status of the solar program.
Fantastic. Excellent. I got a seconder from Deputy Mayor Graham. Madam Clerk, record a vote.
Councillor Huntley,
Yes.
Counselor Moore,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Graham,
Yes.
Counselor Belch,
Yes.
Mayor McFadden.
Yes, motion is approved. Next item I do have is the vehicles. I'm going to skip. I'd rather do that one as part of the capital items. So it goes down to Public Works, Environmental.
So, Mr. Mayor, just probably a couple of comments. I think we're noticing in our revenue section that the disposal of material fees is higher than was budgeted. I think that's it's our transfer station operating well, and I think one of the points to be made there is that the transfer station did operate while COVID was here, and we didn't close like some of the other neighboring townships. Most of our other revenues are seen as being very close. Bag tag revenues is up, and it really was a case, I think, under COVID, a lot of people were cleaning out their basements and working at home. So I think that shows up here. We have implemented the Clear Bag program, and you'll see reports coming from the county that overall, while our population is increasing, our waste is going down. So I think that's a bonus on itself. And I think just on the kitchen waste programs, we are, and I think this is a point to note to council that other communities are calling us on our kitchen waste program to see how we did do it in the pilot area, what we started, where we're taking the materials, and we even have spoken to the city of Peterborough on this. So I think that is council should be aware of how they are leading the way in the waste management program. And those are just comments, you know, from looking at and saying, well, these are the good things that we're doing in this community while maintaining a reasonable budget increase.
Excellent. And I got to say a big thank you to you and your department, Mr. Hancock, on taking a leadership role on the kitchen catchers and the waste bins, which is an upper tier responsibility. So thank you. It's duties as assigned, and you get assigned duties that are outside of the scope of the lower tier. So thank you. You've done a fantastic job.
Thank you.
On the topic of the kitchen catchers, though, we have money set aside specifically, and I know that there was a program in order to have those distributed within the pilot area. But now that we've got the Mullocks at the transfer station, I'd like to have some discussion relative to making those available, either available to those that come in to pick them up, or have them at some sort of a reduced fee in order to encourage people to participate in that program. And I think you'll find a bigger uptake with that Mullocks if we encourage it through the kitchen catcher program. So I don't know whether you've got any suggestions or ideas on how to bring that forward, Mr. Hancock, but I'd like to have a discussion about that.
Well, Mr. Mayor, just on the point, again, our Director of Finance indicates she was bringing forward the user fee bylaw for the next meeting on December 21st. In that fee bylaw, we had allowed for the purchase of green bins and kitchen catchers. That was at the amount that we're paying to the supplier. So we had, for example, a green bin is $25, and a kitchen catcher, I think, was $4. I guess the question is, if we're trying to promote that, do we want to? We're still giving the green bins out free to the people in the pilot area, in particular in the new development area. So I'm not sure how many that would purchase from us versus Canadian Tire or elsewhere. And I guess we have had significant use of the Mullocks at the transfer station. So if we think it could promote kitchen composting, consideration may be given to handing them out for nothing if we think they're going to be used responsibly. So that's a conversation that goes outside your pilot area. That's not where we are presently. We have recommended setting a fee for them for lost, stolen, damaged, and people outside of the pilot area.
Very good. Deputy Mayor Graham, I saw a hand.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. I did have a non-budget question with regards to the uptake of the Mullocks. So it sounds like you made a comment there that I might ask you to elaborate on a little bit more detail on, Wayne, when you have a chance. I think with regards to the uptake or the bin usage with relation to the Mullocks, I think you and I had a conversation about this when we were on site for a different matter. But my concern with the bins as they are for those benefiting from the uptake from the collection are potentially a conflicting design to those who might want to utilize them to take to the Mullocks, given just the size. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, they have a wheelbase and et cetera, that if we were going to use them to the Mullocks, there might be alternative designs of vehicle or things to make use of that would be more conducive to that sort of purpose. So we might want to look into an alternative rather than just the sort of curbside bin to be collected. So I think we did have a conversation about that, but I didn't know if there had been any follow up on that as well.
So through Mr. Mayor to the Deputy Mayor, we did follow up with the supplier, first of all, who is the main supplier in the province of the green bins. We did not find, we have found larger compost, kitchen compost units, but not smaller. So the one that they have, they either have the kitchen catcher or they have the green bin. So we weren't able to find anything in the marketplace that was allowing for something that might be mid-sized. I think that you're suggesting might be more accommodating in a passenger vehicle. So that we weren't able to find that in the market to date. Now we can continue that search, but at the present time, it's kitchen catcher, green bin that we have, or larger green bin. That's what we have.
I guess to Deputy Mayor Graham's point, even something that's the same size as what our current blue box is there nothing, it's a blue box except it's a green box and we can put a lid? I know there's been some investigation with regards to lids that we've done, but unless I'm misunderstanding Deputy Mayor Graham, I think that's more what we're looking for. It's just, it's more conducive to going into a trunk.
I think we have gray boxes. I'm sure we can find, maybe we'll check on a green box, something of that nature. Maybe we can report back to council. Is that,
I think that's reasonable. And
I'm not sure. I mean, there's simple things. Most people are putting their kitchen compost into a compost bag. They're handling it through, it could be handled through, a pail versus a bucket, but we can look for some specific container that might be a green box, similar to a recycling box.
Very good.
Is that reasonable?
I think that's reasonable. Deputy Mayor Graham?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Any further questions specifically on the environmental piece? None? Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Was just going to follow up. I was looking if Wayne could maybe elaborate a bit more on the uptake of the Molex. He made a comment to it. I was just curious if there's any more light or any insight he could share with regards to that, how that process is going.
Just through Mr. Mayor to the Deputy Mayor, the Molexes, we had one that was completely filled probably within the first month to 6 weeks of operation. The second one has been filled since then. So we had those put in place in September, and we've had 2 full Molexes dumped, and they are it's handled by the transfer station attendants as far as how full they are, and they are picked up by the county. So I think it's recognizing it's at a rural, a location that you have to take your compost to. I think it's being well received by the residents using the transfer station. So I'd say we have a good response to what we have out there.
Excellent.
If you could just go back, Cindy, to the environmental line items on the screen, to share your screen. I believe if you start at the top and go down there, I did have a couple questions relative to specific line items. Okay, so Mr. Hancock, you touched briefly on some of those, and I understand the uptake, for example, on the WE, et cetera, and people cleaning out their areas. My question, is there a reason why on the bag tag revenues, we budgeted 8,000 revenue, we've gone up to 8,300, but we're going back down to 6? Is there an expected reduction in bag tag revenues?
I guess to you, Mr. Mayor, I think that was a discussion at senior staff level that we were trying to project numbers that were reasonable. It is our best guess going forward. We did have over the revenue amount, and the 6,000 is our estimate on what we think. And I think we are suggesting that the COVID was in place, and hopefully it will relax. And we thought the revenue increase might be related to that, and it may subside in 2021.
And what I apologize if I catch off guard, but with 2019 budget, where were we in line? I'm just thinking if it was a 2020 budget item at 8,000, which was pre-COVID, we're dropping 2,000, which is significant. I would expect that bag tag revenues would be relatively flat every year.
Yeah, I'm not sure I have that number here available, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
Kimberly, do we have that number available for 2019? She's gone for a coffee.
No. No, we actually had $13,000 in 2019 come in through bag tag revenues.
And do you remember what our actual was?
That is the actual for 2019, 13,000.
13,000.
13,000 in bag tags?
Yes, and the budget was 11,000 at that time, so we came in over budget.
Wow. Okay.
So it has reduced, and I think two things. One, the clear bag programs had an implication. We're not sure how COVID is affecting it. We're hoping everybody will be vaccinated, and by August we'll be back to normal.
That's your public works report, and you're sticking to it. Good. All right. If we just scroll up the page a little bit, and by all means, if there's other councillors that have specific questions, interrupt. Just looking, was there any other items? I think for the most part, keep going down. Okay. Whoa, whoa. All right, you lost me. Yeah. What? Okay. Any other questions, specifically environmental? If not, then we'll move on. What time is it? It is 11:45. Next, our next item is parks and facilities operating. That's not with Mr. Conley. That will be with, is that with Mr. Allison or is that with Ms. Hurley?
Pardon me, Mayor. Just to
Yes,
interrupt,
yes.
we actually have water and wastewater first before parks and facilities.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. Sorry,
Thank
I'm working from multiple lists. Absolutely. My apologies. Mr. Hancock, you're back on the floor.
Very good. I think the water wastewater, again, as was commented initially, we are doing an information session on January 26, which will, we have, council has approved sort of a zero increase in the user fee going into 2021. We've also, I think we're aware that we will be calling proposals for a new operator for our sewer and water operation that's presently with PUG, but they have advised that they may not be around after 2021, so we will be calling proposals for that. That contract will be, I think, one of the main issues that we're dealing with. And in the capital program, of course, we have the master servicing plan, which was to piggyback on our growth management plan. So that's looking into the future. But generally, we are laying out for the meeting in January 26th, the projected capital program that might take us 10 years, particularly related to water main. That was one that was talked about a lot at the presentation. And the other numbers that are reflected here, a lot are carrying forward for what we either have contracts for or have carried in the past for the most part. So it is, I think, reflective of council's direction to date. And I expect there to be more conversation on this on January 26th.
Good. Just a question, apologies. Normally there's a water wastewater tab. Either I'm missing the tab or it's inside another folder. This page that we're specifically looking at. Is it under Public Works? Did anybody else see this page? Is it just me?
Just you?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, if you're looking at your binder, it's usually, we had it identified at the back end of your binder,
Yeah, I've got capital and reserves and police.
and then it should show water, wastewater there.
I realize that. It's okay, it's not. I'll just stare at the screen.
Okay.
That's fine. Okay. Any questions from members of council specific to water, wastewater? The gross wages, maybe you've already covered that, tripling.
Gross wages, we are allowing for we're allowing for a water wastewater technician to come on board. We're working through the JIQ, and it is to offset some of the present staff salaries that have been allocated there. The position is proposed to handle everything from meter reading to meter billing to dealing with the public on that. So we are working on that presently, and we will over time remove staff such as Corey, Kyle, and Evan out of their responsibilities in this area. But there is a transitional period, and this position probably won't come on once it's evaluated and approved. Won't come on until probably mid-spring. So
Okay,
looking at that.
So just to be clear, so is there a counter line item which is being reduced by 90,000 just to?
It comes out of the salaries of the individuals are in the budget. We had some of their time spent in water, wastewater, but they're going back to their full duties because we found that a number of people were overloaded. So there is no reduction showing up elsewhere. No.
Okay, so that's
this
a significant.
is primarily due to growth. Yes.
So that's a significant increase then.
Yes.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Graham.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question with regards to the timeline of the debenture payments. I think we're probably, I believe it was a 10-year term, if I'm not mistaken, Wayne. I was just curious as to what the forecast is or where we are in line with that budget line item being a continued reality with regards to the wastewater rates.
I think I'm going to defer the debenture payment comment to Kimberly. Is that fair, Kimberly?
Thank you, Wayne. Actually, I'm just going to pull it up here on the schedule, but we had 3 different debenture payments that were being made. We are up to date. As you can see before you on the screen, there's a portion that comes from development charges. If we could just scroll up a little bit more there, Cindy, on that screen that you're looking at, right? So we bring in $327,000 annually to pay out the portion that relates to the development charges loan. That's the 327. And then the net resolve, which is the 180 that's left over, the 180,000, that is going through the water wastewater rates. I'll just pull for you. Give me one moment here, and I'll get you the loan information because there are 3, and I just want to quote the appropriate timeline. If perhaps you want, oh, there, yeah, okay. So. Okay, so we have a 30-year loan on one of the ILC debentures. We have a 20-year loan on one of the other OILC debentures, and the last one is a 30-year loan on one of the debentures. And I can bring forward the previous report and all the details at the January 21st meeting if council would like, just to review the terms where we're at. But we are up to date, paying out all of our payments and inclusions in the water wastewater budget.
Thank you. Am I chairing this meeting now? Oh,
welcome. I'm back. So just for clarity, Kimberly, with regards to that increase on that salary, if you go back to that page, it was approximately 90,000. From 65 to 143, about $80,000. So that's going to be reflected across each of the users, of which I'm guessing we have 800 to 900-ish total users. So what's the overall impact per user for that increase? That's significant.
Through you, Mayor, to Council, the inclusion of the new person, in addition to offsetting some of the allocation of wages of other staff members that are currently in there during the transition, that's what the net increase is made up of. Wayne, the Public Works Director, has presented this information to Watson and Associates, which was included in their estimates brought forward to council, which I know we're discussing on the 21st. The direct impact, because we transfer back and forth to reserves to try to mitigate any type of direct jump in any kind of a rate, they're massaged over a period of time. The direct implication for one particular year, I would have to look at the user rates to determine what was included in the Watson study and how it relates. But it's definitely in there and included as part of the 2021 budget estimates. However, to give you a dollar value for 2021, it's not as simple as that, because we don't just divide the rate out because we're transferring to and from reserve. So I can definitely speak with a consultant to make sure that I can give you an allocation how that's spread out. But it's definitely included in the budget and all the estimates, but it doesn't necessarily impact just 1 year of rates.
Yeah, I guess my concern is something that's operational as a gross wages shouldn't be something that's pulled from reserve. That's more of long-term planning. So I understand using reserves in order to fill that gap, but realistically, that's an operational cost that's just skyrocketed all of a sudden in this. And given that water wastewater is a very sensitive topic, if I'm ballparking that right, you've got an $80,000 increase, and if you were to divide that out by 800 users, you're looking at about another $100 a user that's going to be added onto theirs relative to this topic, which is rather significant when we're indicating that we're freezing the rates for 2021. So it does definitely raise some red flags. I look to Councillor Huntley and Deputy Mayor Graham on that topic, because you're going to have to deal with this one in your January 26th discussion. But that's a red flag. Deputy Mayor Graham?
Yeah, and it's definitely with regards to the hiring. I think this is going to be a subject that we'd look to staff to build out in more detail for that presentation on the 21st, 26th, or sorry.
Okay. Anything else then on the water wastewater? All right, nothing. Okay. All right. It is 11:54. Is there something else, Ms. Pope, that you wish to cover in the last 6 minutes?
No, I think this is a great opportunity to break for our half-an-hour lunch break and then come back.
Excellent. Parks and Facilities with Mr. Conley.
I'm here.
I can hear you. Okay. We'll take a recess then for lunch. Thanks, everybody. All right, I hope everybody had a wonderful lunch. Who have we got back? Kathy, Matthew, Ryan.
I was still waiting for my lunch to arrive. I thought Kimberly was sending it out.
Virtual lunch came out by virtual Uber Eats to everybody today. Do we have Councillor Belch on the line? I see he's still connected. I just want to make sure he's. Can you unmute Councillor Belch just to give him an opportunity to acknowledge he's here?
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Belch should have the availability to unmute himself if he's available there.
Okay. I'm guessing Councillor Belch got the best lunch out of all of us. So when we get restarted here, our first department that's going to be up is Parks and Facilities. And I saw earlier we have Mr. Allison available.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, you have myself and Mr. Allison for Parks and Facilities.
Very good. And I've talked to Mr. Conley. He's available for backup if you need assistance.
Mr. Conley should be available now that he's taken over in that department as well.
All right, we'll give Councillor Belch a couple more minutes and then we're just going to get started here. While we're waiting for Councillor Belch, I do want to extend my gratitude to Ms. Pope as well as the rest of staff. Going through a complicated budget via Zoom with each of us in our own rooms is certainly not easy at all. So thank you for bearing with council as we try and get to the various sections of our binders and finding the various pieces. And sharing the screen certainly makes it more complicated and difficult for myself as chair too, as well, to recognize everybody that's participating in the discussion. So thank you everybody for bearing with us as we work our way through. It's definitely a time of change with this whole COVID upon us. All right. Councillor Belch will be back to join us, but we do need to get started. So if we can start, I don't know whether Ms. Hurley, whether you wish to give us just a quick overview. I know specifically with parks and facilities, COVID certainly has changed quite a bit within that department. So maybe you want to just give some highlights and brief overview and discussion on that before we get started.
All right, then. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The report with regards to Parks and Facilities, or excuse me, the budget, operating budget of Parks and Facilities is a bit different in the aspect that we have had a variety of different changes this year due to COVID that directly affect facilities in operations of those facilities, whether it was shifting changes that have mentioned alternative hours of operation. Past year, we did have some layoffs, that kind of thing. So it is a little bit of a bouncy kind of budget from 2020. Moving forward, we did project the projections that are outlined for you today. There are a couple key spots that if you'd like me to highlight, I'm happy to do so. There are some changes that we still have to do in pertaining to 2020 of reallocation that we noticed, that Mr. Allison and I have recently noticed, and we'll talk to Ms. Pope about that. But the biggest things for 2021 is that we are going to go ahead potentially and open the Millbrook Arena we're aiming for January to March. So we have allocated a budget lines for operating for the facility. Again, we have interest from soccer and lacrosse in that area. So we have estimated our revenues approximately around 20,000 based in, there is some interest in keeping that going for January and January to March this year coming. There, I will like to bring it to your attention that Mr. Allison had noted to me that under Millbrook Arena 4731 5600 regarding water, there should be a water charge. It should not be 1,236. It should actually be 13,000. So there will be some changes to that one. Regarding again for the
time out. Can you just hold up? Let everybody catch up here. We got Ms. Page scrolling. Okay, can we identify that? I'm just trying to figure out what page it is.
So in front of you, it's 4731 5600 at the very bottom.
4731.
Yes.
Yes.
$1,236. It should actually be 13,000.
Oh, it's the very last line on that page, page
Very
5.
last, yes, very bottom.
Okay.
Okay, if we move to the next one, Ms. Page, if you can move forward to the community center. This has been a bit of a challenge this year for Mr. Allison and I with regards to staffing and timing, and of course with COVID, and recognizing that sometimes we're not sure if we're going to be open or what type of programs will be offered. So therefore, you can see that our revenues right from the very beginning are definitely skewed in the aspect of we didn't bring in what we thought we were going to bring in because of COVID, of course. And then next year, that story is definitely continuing. As we know, we've opened up for ice hockey and lacrosse and soccer, but we haven't opened up for any other programs that we were estimating or rentals for the CMCC. So this is a bit of a challenge for us right at this moment, but we are projecting revenues right now based on our current contracts that we have for the new year at $100,000 regarding rentals. So that is a big difference from what we had hoped, obviously, in 2020 and what we have hoped for 2021. One of the largest charges that we have identified for our expenses, if you go down, Ms. Pope, thank you, into the capital.
Did we just lose Yvette, or is it my connection?
No, she's still on.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that my connection?
Yeah, it's you, Scott.
It's me. Okay, sorry, I
She
didn't hear
does
that.
keep
Okay.
breaking up. I'm finding her breaking up as well.
Mr.
Okay.
Mayor, Council, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, yeah.
Okay. Ms. Pope, if you go down to contracted services under the new community center. Thank you. There's increase of our proposed budget for 27,000. And that is now that we have new contracts for the CMCC. Mr. Mayor, can you see that one? It's 4741, 4100.
Yes.
Okay, so that would be a large increase for taking over the new contracts now that the municipality is responsible for the new facility and these contracts moving forward. And Mr. Allison is on hand and he could give you a run through of the new contracts that we are required to sign for operations of the facility if you would wish.
Council? Go ahead, Mr. Allison.
Hello, so we're looking at, we had to sign HVAC contract, GSI sprinkler, so we have to have our sprinklers maintained. They have to be tested every year. Schindler elevator, the elevator has to be tested. A lot of this is all TSSA standards.
Okay.
We have Chem Aqua that they control the water for the refrigeration system. We got Simcoe with their startup and close down of the refrigeration plant. We have Canadian Linen with mat service here. We have Orkin Pest Control. And then we have our regular TSSA for all their inspections.
Very good. A question, community center related, either Mr. Allison or Ms. Hurley. Is the final commissioning done? In other words, are the heated seats working, or where does that all sit relative to, like, is there going to be additional contracted services for services that aren't completed?
So either one of us could answer that. The answer is no, it has not been commissioned. We are currently working on, we just had a meeting last week with regards to the heating system. And we have mechanics and everyone trying to correct the situation with regards to the heating and the staircase or the stair. So that is not corrected at this time.
Heating in the stands.
Stands, sorry.
Okay, very good. So is there expected to be additional contracted services for the systems that have not been commissioned yet?
No.
No,
Not
okay.
at this time, no.
Okay.
Mr. Allison, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I think we're good. It's just, it's up to them figuring out what's
Yeah.
going on with the system and correcting it.
Good. Okay. Any questions from members of council specific to our parks and facilities operating? Oh, Councillor Huntley.
Through you, Chair, to Ms. Hurley. When will we be getting reported any time that kind of shakes out what the COVID effect has been on the new community center? Because if I just looking at the budget, the way it's laid out, I mean, it looks like our revenue was down about 40,000, but our expenses were down almost 400,000. So to me, it sounds like that would imply that there's a bit of a surplus going on if our expenses are, we didn't incur that many expenses, but obviously we're not at the end of the year. But I was just curious on whether we should get to see kind of what the net effect has been on last year's budget.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Huntley. I think that's a fair question. We haven't finalized everything at this time, so that is something that Mr. Allison and I are still trying to work out what those costs are. There has been a lot of difference because as you know, hours of operations has changed. We did layoffs this year, which we've never done at the township before. So when I mentioned at the very beginning that the numbers are a little bit skewed in the aspect of what our actual revenues are versus our expenses are very different in a variety of different areas. And I think it's a fair statement to have a final wrap-up report. I think that's a very good idea, and that's something we can do once we finalize our expenses for 2020.
Very good. Any further questions for either Mr. Allison or Ms. Hurley on parks and facilities? I know we did quite a few upgrades and repairs at Bruce Johnson Library in 2020. Is there any carryover of projects that haven't been completed?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, no, we have carried out all of the capital. They were all identified for capital.
Okay.
All of those works have been completed in 2020. However, I do notice under the Bruce Johnson section in the operating, it shows under 4722, and Cindy could show us that. 4722 Bruce Johnson. Thank you. You'll see 11,000 expenditure in there. Under operating. That should actually, that's an error. It will be transferred into under capital.
Okay. And what about building repair and maintenance 3210, the line before?
So the line before that is an expense. I'm not sure how much. We got to take a look and see what was under capital, but we had an HVAC system and it actually was their air conditioning system that broke down. I think that's a bit of a combination that some would be transferred over to capital and some would be an emergency repair.
Okay, very good. Excellent. Any other items? Any member of council? I can see everybody. I can't see Councillor Belch. If you are there, Councillor Belch, just speak out if you wished any further information. Otherwise, we will move on to the next section, which is CAO. Ms. Hurley.
Thank you. The biggest thing for CAO moving forward under the CAO report this year is the removal of ECD from This is where Mr. Conley can step in, of course, but we've moved economic development from the CAO department over to planning, building, and economic development or development. So that section will be removed. So I have reduced HR contracted service very small, and the removal of economic development. But really the CAO budget is quite small in the aspect of reporting. It's quite similar every year.
Okay. Just a quick question. It is revenue, so it's a positive story, but section 4195, investment income general, something's cut off, but the budget was 130,000 and we did 66 and we're expecting 130. What's that line?
Ms. Pope can speak to that.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, Mayor, to Council, the one funds at the end of the year and any interest related charges revenues that are coming in from our accounts are generated at 75% here and then transferred back out to reserve for any surplus that comes in above and beyond what we have budgeted. Therefore, we're a little bit lower this year. We're not bringing in the same amount of income at this time. We also don't have the same, when you have your receivables go down, you're not bringing in as much money either. So there's a reduction so far, but again, this is up to October. There's additional funds still yet to come. So we'll see how closely matched we are. At this time, we're carrying forward the same prospect because we're hoping that it will balance out. But as we get closer to the year end and we see what the actuals are through the final months here, that could potentially be reduced. But at this time, we're carrying it forward at the same value.
Sorry, so it's called investment income, but what specifically is it? Is it like late payment charges, etc.?
No, this is our one funds and
Right.
our interest revenue from our principal accounts.
So, okay, so if it's interest on, okay. So it's the
On all
revenues
of our reserves, yeah.
it's the revenues that are coming in. It's not like a locked away amount. It's the revenues that are coming in and the interest that's being generated on that specifically.
That's correct.
Okay, which were lower specifically because of the policies that we put in place relative to the collection. Okay, very good. That makes sense. Understood. Any other questions specifically in this section for our CAO? Any other items? Nope. Okay. Did we already do ECD? I know we had Mr. Conley speak to it. I think we already did ECD, even though it's down here again. Nothing further to add, Mr. Conley, on ECD. I think we've covered it.
I think you've covered it, sir.
Okay,
You have.
very good. Madam Clerk?
As indicated, the Clerk's Department is looking at a decrease of 6.8%. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Very good. How does the, just for clarity's sake, I know we've had this conversation before, with regards to the ward boundary review that Councillor Huntley asked earlier, does that count when you're talking about you're having a reduction? Does that count towards that, or that's, we've already paid for that last year and now we're doing the transfer? Or how's that factor in as to that overall, the number that you just read?
The ward boundary review is actually captured in your
So it's over in
capital.
capital. Okay, perfect. Is there any expected, I don't expect it in 2021, but is there any expected forthcoming increase in our insurance premiums? Usually year one of your insurance premiums in a policy, they buy your deal and you pay less. What year are we in our current insurance?
I believe we're in the 4th year. We did look at potentially going out to market. We were advised because of COVID that all the rates are going up. I did speak actually to a representative from our former insurance company that said she's not even looking at some clients because of the fact that the rates are going to be difficult this year. So we are anticipating an increase. I was also told if we received anything less than 20%, we should stay put. So for this year, we opted just to provide the renewal information. Unfortunately, we do not have anything back as of yet to confirm what the increase will be, but we can definitely revisit that next year.
Okay, very good. Any other questions? None? Okay. Finance and IT, Ms. Pope.
Thank you, Council. I have before you the Finance Department and IT. We have a new position, as mentioned before, with regards to the pre-approval that we're asking for from Council. We'll need someone on staff, similar to what was done with records retention over the last year and a half, to have someone on staff to be able to work with all departments to facilitate the transfer of duties, learning of education, and making sure that everybody is able to move from one platform to the other. And that again is going to be offset by the grant funding that in the modernization review. However, that's included in the budget. So there's a 50% piece in the IT side and a 50% piece borne by the finance side. We reduced our contracted services because of the triannual, which was completed of the actuarial in 2020. And then now, because of some online enhanced services, etc., we've noticed a reduction in our postage and some office supplies accounts as well. But I have the Finance Department and any questions I can answer here today, I'd be pleased to do so.
Very good. Members of council. I have the same question relative to, it'd be 4150 on page 2, 9181. So again, that's the investment income 1 fund. So the last one had to do more with your operating funds that were under the CAO. So what's this one capture? Is that our actual locked away amounts, and that's the set return that's on that amount because it's for capital?
So it's actually shared 75% and 25%. It's the exact same thing. It's just 75% on one side of the budget and 25% on the other side.
Oh, it's the same fund. Okay. All right. If for further questions for Finance and IT? None? Okay, council. Who wants to speak for council on this? What have we done with regards to seminars and monies that are going in that way? Have we, obviously with conferences and the amounts that were clearly not used last year, are we changing things up? I know we've made suggestions to staff relative to considering more along the lines of doing the virtual, so therefore there wouldn't be the mileage, etc. So monies were being attributed elsewhere. So how is council consistent with what we've been doing with staff?
I think I'm going to refer this to Alana, who looks after the department. As far as generalized staff amongst all departments, we did reduce training, seminars, and conferences so that it would remove any hotel accommodations, mileage to and from, because a lot of the conferences right now are either undecided or offering online options. So we did make those reductions across the board, but I'm going to allow Alana to speak to the council.
Thank you, Ms. Pope. Through you, Mr. Mayor, your allocation for all of your expenses is actually approved through your remuneration bylaw. So it's established in bylaw 2018-63. So we have not made any changes at all to any of those line items. And if you wish to do that, we'd have to bring something back with your remuneration bylaw with some direction as to what you would be looking for.
Okay, very good. So just in ballpark figures, we will still have the opportunity to attend one conference. In other words, the dollar value that's associated with that is in our current budget so that we're able to use that for other opportunities. And as of late, it's been Zoom conferences for those that wish to continue to attend. So there's certainly more of an opportunity to attend the Zoom conferences because obviously we're not spending the monies on hotels or mileage. Okay, and I see Councillor Belch was back. Councillor Belch, we are in the council section. If you've got any questions relative to ours. If not, we're going to move on then to boards and authorities. So first off, the first one was library, which we've dealt with. So then it is into the Conservation Authority requisitions.
I'm not sure if Ms. Pope has received anything from them as of yet. Maybe she could speak to it.
Through you, Mayor, to council. We've only received from one so far, confirmation. So therefore, we have estimated 3% increase across the board from the others as far as the conservation authorities. However, we do have information from Mr. Hack and Valley Trails and Committee of Adjustments that has been updated, but the actual conservation authorities were still waiting final information.
Okay. And so specifically with Millbrook Valley Trails, and maybe Deputy Mayor Graham can shed some light. So we have not utilized the budget from last year of the 6,300. Looks like we've used 1,300, so it's excess of 5,000. So is the 2021 budget going to utilize those funds from the previous year? Is that part of the project, or is this different?
Through you, Mayor, the major expense that we've been waiting to incur is with regards to the signage and the mapping that has been a lengthy endeavor, to say the least, but it looks great and we're very close. But there's a few substantial charges that have yet to be incurred for this year, which I believe from our last meeting, there was discussion about rectifying that, and I'll maybe let the clerk speak to those remaining charges to be done from the budget.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Graham. Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do have some outstanding invoices that have not been reflected in this draft of the budget. We do have a cost related to the French drain on Meds Mountain. We also have a cost related to the design of the brochures, a cost related to the printing of the brochures. It's just taken some time to get that mapping in place. So we do expect that the majority of that budget will get utilized in 2020, and the request for 2021 is the same as the amount allocated in 2020.
Okay. So I guess the question just to the Mr. Hack committee, is it just that the receipts for that have not been turned in? Sorry.
For the Mr. Hack committee, I don't believe they've actually incurred a whole lot. I think they were going to go out to get some of the planters, but I don't think they have them. So that was part of the rollover that we did in the capital. So I'm a little surprised that the capital that we were talking about is kind of showing up here in the operating as well. So I'm not sure if Ms. Hyatt is available.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is, Councillor Huntley.
If I may, I'd like to provide clarity just on the operating budget. So Mr. Hack has actually asked for the 13,500 to be rolled over. So you'll notice that up in 01, 49, 45, 90, 10. It's 13,500 rolled over in there, and the 14,900 plus 1,400. It's just in the body of the report, but 1,400 for the landscaping not utilized from 2019. So that's the carry forward of the 14,900. So it's 13,000 for the bylaw contract, 500 awards, and 1,400 landscaping. That makes up the 14,900. And the additional ask in this year's budget is 2,500 for planters boxes and $500 for awards. So the net $3,000 ask or impact on the municipal tax levy this year from Mr. Hack, but everything else is a roll forward. So I don't anticipate receiving any invoices by the end of the year, as they designated that they anticipate a full rollover into next year.
Okay. I just
go ahead.
Sorry, through you, Chair. I guess we just got to make sure this stuff doesn't show up again in the capital side. We got to keep an eye on. So we'll approach that later, I guess.
There is the mural over on the capital side as well, and we can speak to that, but it's not combined between the two. But we'll definitely look at that in a few moments.
Okay.
And another topic too, and it may very well be captured in the capital, and I'm fine for the later discussion, but I just don't want the topic lost, is the works that are being done on the back lane behind King Street. Is that captured on the capital side discussion? Okay, perfect, excellent.
It's identified as alleyway, and it is in the capital side.
Okay, excellent. All right, any other questions specifically boards and authorities? If not, we are into police with Ms. Arthurs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure what I can provide to you with regards to the policing outside of what Ms. Pope has already mentioned. She's put the money in for 2021 based on our current situation, and as we move forward, we'll have to make amendments accordingly depending on where we end up with the contract for 2021.
On the topic of the policing, we've been unable to obtain an OPP contract, and I'm wondering if it'd be appropriate do we need a resolution to council on whether or not this is the appropriate meeting in order to direct us to reach out specifically to the Solicitor General to indicate the urgency by which we need the OPP contract to participate in our renewal process. how do you wish to handle that one? We can handle it right out of the task force if it's appropriate, or would it be further ahead to have a council motion?
For you, Mr. Mayor, I think a council motion probably is more appropriate. And then just some specific direction as to how you want that communication to take place. Do you want that to come from staff, or do you want a letter specifically from yourself going to the Solicitor General?
I think personally, I think it'd be best coming directly from council with a council resolution, because we've been waiting well over a year now to provide a response. And for those that aren't on the task force, the response indicated that they should have us something by the end of March, April, which is after our task force is already wrapped up, which is of no use to us. So yeah, I think just a letter from council directed to the Solicitor General, I believe it is, requesting a meeting to discuss the OPP contract.
Okay.
Very good. Council, all right with that? Councillor Huntley?
Yeah, I'll move that.
Move, second. Deputy Mayor Graham, very good. All right, Madam Clerk, recorded votes. I'm not, question, sorry. Councillor Moore, you're muted.
Still muted.
I actually didn't have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, Madam Clerk, can I record?
You asked for a second.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I had Deputy Mayor Graham. So I got a mover, Councillor Huntley, second by Deputy Mayor Graham. And no further discussion. Okay, so we'll have a call for recorded votes. Madam Clerk, I'm not sure whether Councillor Belch. Oh, yes, he is. He's there. Good. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Councillor Belch.
I'm here. I'm here.
Councillor Belch.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Moore.
Yes.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Graham.
Yes.
Councillor Huntley.
Yes.
Mayor McFadden.
Yes. Motion is approved. Okay, so now we're going to go back to the capital budget, which is also going to include fleet for the protective services, public works, and parks and facilities. Somebody's got their microphone on. There's feedback. I don't know who it is. Okay, that's gone. Okay. Okay. Can we get rid of the sidebars off that to try and make it as big as possible for everybody, for the benefit of everybody? Okay, so we'll start at the tops. Oh, sorry. Is there a question? No. Okay. Start at the top then, boards and authorities. That's the wrap up of the dam. I don't suspect there's any questions. Okay. Finance, Ms. Pope.
Through you, Mayor, to Council, the first line item there is our asset management policy and reporting according to Bill 60 Regulation 58817. We continue annually to apply for a grant to try to move forward and complete all the different aspects that are required of us. I am going to try again this year for another one, and I'm asking for a net $22,000 after a rollover $66,000 in this year's budget to complete the final tasks. The next item is asset management reserve. As a reminder to council, this is just a benchmark that we try to reach. We're trying to show you the amount of depreciation that's actually occurring each year for the municipality, and then trying to request a certain value of that. We have been improving on that definitely over the many years, and very thankful to work for a municipality that does put this as a priority. But however, that is also a suggested value so that we can at least replace what we currently have and are using within our infrastructure today. So that is that line item there, and that's directly to be transferred into the asset replacement reserve. You'll see throughout the report that there's various places where we're pulling from the asset replacement reserve. That's based on the depreciation over the last 10 years. Whatever we've been able to place in there, we're trying to pull back out to help offset the cost of our replacement of infrastructure. And then there is a suggestion through the water wastewater fees to move forward with the updated development charges study. It's recoverable through DCs, but I've indicated it here. I know there'll be further discussion on January 21st with the recommendation from Watson Associates. However, there's some updated information with regards to the timing and receiving of payments in there as well. So that line item is included there for finance. If there's no questions on finance, I can move straight into IT, or I can pause.
Questions? I guess just for with regards to the depreciation, 80% of the depreciation relative to depreciation, so I'm clear, on 2020?
The 2019, it's the previous year's audited financial statements. We're always looking back, because for 2020, I don't know where we're at yet because we haven't completed the year.
Okay, so for clarity, that depreciation value does not reflect the new community center.
That is correct. The first time you'll see that will be next year.
So there would be, in other words, a spike. So next year, if we're not able to achieve the 80%, dollar-wise, we may be very close, but recognizing there's going to be significant an amount added to that, all of a sudden there could be a, as you call it, a blip on the map.
This is a great opportunity just to re-emphasize that anything that was previously fully depreciated prior to 2008 or 2009 hasn't had any annual depreciation. Our previous Old Millbrook Arena is the example we can do, and therefore, you know, when we're looking at the depreciation alone, this is just a benchmark. This is to try to put away for what we're currently experiencing non-cash related expenditures, but we do have other assets in our infrastructure that are not contained within this number that were previously depreciated, and we're just trying to keep council aware of what's happening and trying to keep this at the forefront for decision making, so that in the future, if grant funding comes available or we have projects, council has access to reserve funds to help mitigate some of the cost, hopefully in partnership with future grants. That's the best that we try to make work, but however, that's what we face when we replace our infrastructure.
Very good. Okay. No further questions on finance, then we'll move into IT.
Okay, so in the IT, through the MNP, which is what I've mentioned a couple of times through the report so far, we have a large significant amount of that 298,800 between the modernization fund and reserves. We're able to offset most of the cost except for $5,000. That is the one where we're asking for the pre-approval. In the hardware replacement program and upgrades, that's our 3 to 5 year program that we have for the replacement of hardware, be it laptops, computers, desktops, etc., and making sure that they're up to date. So because that is a shorter lifespan within 3 to 5 years, we do have a significant amount coming from asset replacement reserves for those items, with $7,000 being pulled from IT reserves. So that program is starting to almost self-fund. We're getting there. And then in the network server and switches and IT infrastructure, we were unable to complete any server upgrades this year. We do have a contract with the Peterborough County IT, but with COVID, things were delayed, and even our hardware replacement program, which would have normally started back in March and April, wasn't deployed until September because of the delays in receiving inventory and the pandemic. So they've had to put off the server in the upgrades. There is a benefit, however, to that delay, because with the MNP review, they've been able to have great conversations with the County of Peterborough and suggest other improvements. So when we approach 2021, we know there are some additional things that we need to do, which are incorporated into this budget, rolling over that $30,000 from last year and pulling in some of our reserves that we can accommodate the $6,000, and then leaving a net ask on the budget of $11,075.
Okay. Questions? See none. Okay, clerks, planning and building.
Through you, Chair, to the rest of council, I won't speak on the ward boundary review. That's something probably Alana can touch on. I don't want to take over that department.
I'm happy to answer any questions if there still are any outstanding.
Good.
Don't forget, we have our first ward boundary review session on December the 16th, 2 o'clock and 7 o'clock.
Very good. Mr. Connolly, maybe just a brief explanation of those specific items, those 4: growth management study, watershed plan, official plan, Baxter Creek.
Sure, you're chair through you to the rest of council. The Baxter Creek floodplain special study area, we spoke about this earlier on. The mapping has been done, as Councillor Huntley had asked questions earlier about. So that mapping is done. It is in looking at the results of that mapping to see whether or not the special study area, which covers a lot of downtown Millbrook, to see whether or not there needs to be further refinements based on that mapping. It's anticipatory funding that if work had to be done, that would be the pot. If not, then that would be fine. We're happy to save money where we can. On the official plan, this is a best practice and something I've used in other jurisdictions, is that the nature of planning is such that you're either always in the process of developing background work towards an official plan, or once an official plan has been approved, which we had in 2015, you're sometimes looking at anticipating where there are implementation issues, studies, other work that needs to be done for that. What I'd like to be able to do is establish a line item that only where we need to, it's looking at where we are in implementing an official plan, which we have in place in the case now, but as we start to work towards putting some of the background studies and any information for the next review of the current official plan and that work being done. So that's anticipatory funding. Again, 50,000 is a ballpark. We feel it's a reasonable amount, but only be spent based on that. The growth management study provincial update. This is work that builds on the work that was done earlier this year and it was approved by council, I believe, in May. This was first the employment land study and then further out to the employment land strategy. One of the things that happened with the province and the growth management plan in the months after that was approved was the time frame went from 2041 to 2051. So that work that's underway is to look at updating the work on land needs with employment and growth relative to the new 10-year additional time horizon. But on top of that, to make sure that we look at all our commitments with respect to, and this is the SSA1, not to be confused with two lines up, but this is the special study area that is in our current official plan and has to make sure that all of that is done in support of that. The next line, the watershed plan, Baxter Creek, that is work that was already been done, so that's a transfer to reserve.
Very good. That last item, the watershed plan, Baxter Creek, have we specifically sent a letter to Peterborough County indicating that's their responsibility?
I can't speak out of turn saying specifically. I do believe that's been communicated, but I would have to confirm that, and I can confirm that outside of this meeting.
Sure. Okay. I'm just thinking if we haven't already done so, I think a well-crafted letter emphasizing the importance of having a watershed plan done and reminding them that it's an upper tier responsibility, I think that'd be appropriate.
Your worship, through chair, through the rest of council, we have identified that yes, we do support the idea of watershed plan. It's the appropriate way to do it. The county is the best way, one of the best ways to deliver that. So we'll certainly provide that support.
Very good. Madam Clerk, do we need, you know what, I'll let you do the investigation first and then come back and then we'll deal with that after that. Yeah. Okay.
Of course.
Any other questions from members of council specific to clerks, planning and building? Mr. Connolly's answering all questions for everything here. Councillor Huntley.
Through you, Chair. Back to the Baxter Creek floodplain SSA. What work are you anticipating coming out of that? You know, coming from the watershed plan itself? Just out of curiosity.
Sure. So what I'll do is Karen Ellis, the director of planning, is also involved. She's been involved in the study and can give more details. But my understanding is the work has been done, is being peer reviewed, and based on the results of that, if there are further refinements that need to be made relative to the floodplain and the mapping associated with it, that's what that is. But maybe Karen, if you're online, you can provide a bit more detail since you've been so involved in that work.
Ms. Ellis?
Guess we'll have to wait.
No, give me one moment and I will make sure I get that answer for you.
Okay. Ms. Page, can you just scroll down a bit? I've lost track of which columns are which at the top. Okay, requested purchase. Okay, very good. Excellent. I was trying to remember which column. Okay.
I'm back. Unfortunately, Karen is detained right now. So what I can do is, going off my notes, is that is the money that we're being asked to revise any of so based on the work that was done and any mapping that comes out of that, it's any revision. So the dollars are being asked so that if there is any revision required, we'll do that. From my understanding from my notes from Karen is that Orca is looking at this and looking at the potential need to revise the special study area boundary, and then looking at the draft mapping and get back to it. So we may not need to do that, but it's anticipating that if there need to be refinements based on that, that would be one of the things. And I think, again, if the mapping is better, we may have to adjust the mapping so that it may have less of an impact with respect from a planning standpoint of anything that is currently in the floodplain, but with the updated mapping isn't. And then the corollary would that be is if there are areas that are now in the floodplain that weren't, we have to make sure that that's done and updated. I hope that answers your question, Councillor Huntley.
Sorry, through you, Chair. It answers my question. I kind of would have expected that that's what the floodplain mapping would have provided in the first place. So I guess you're just anticipating that it's not going to go as far as you would like it to go, and you're going to have to augment it.
I think what would happen is that the mapping will inform, we're also looking at the policy aspect of it and the more detailed design of policies related to that. Again, because of the floodplain and being in a downtown, it's a special policy area from a provincial legislation standpoint, and whether or not that needs to be revisited because of the current mapping and the new update to it, that's all. So again, as we do mostly in planning, is anticipating that if there are changes from a policy perspective and it has an implication on a site-by-site level, we want to make sure that that's done as well. The mapping is a good tool, but it may lead to other policy changes that need to be done.
Okay. Fair enough.
So for clarity in council language, that means like the zoning may, for example, have to be redone on something that's no longer in the floodplain, but what was previously?
Correct, Your Worship.
Okay, and that would be something that would be done in-house as opposed to consultant?
That's correct.
Okay, very good. Does that help, Councillor Huntley?
Well, no, actually, sorry, Chair. But if it's going to be done in-house, then wouldn't that be part of your operating? Like, why would this be a capital?
Again, in the absence of, I think the idea is that any work that could be done, it would be through peer review. We would probably use Orca, and anything could be done, most of that work would be done internally. So again, because it's anticipatory, we're not saying that necessarily we contracted out, but it'd be something that if there are changes, we may have to look to whether or not we would look first to see if we can do it in-house, because we certainly have a lot of that expertise. If not, we would go outside. But not knowing how big is big on this one, we're identifying as a potential spend, and again, the idea of the details later on would come forward. So it is being identified as capital first, and not as operating.
Okay.
So if it's done in-house, this money just wouldn't be used.
Correct, Your Worship.
Okay. All right. Very good. Any other questions specific to the items under Clerk's Planning and Building? Okay. Seeing none. Next. Protective Services Fire. Okay. Chief.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Would you like me to, I'll just go down through all the items?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so the first one is the bunker gear, and the capital request is for 25,000. That's to ensure that our bunker gear is 10 years or less in age. We do that on a yearly basis, and that's to help ensure that we're below that 10-year minimum. The next one, I'll have to ask Kimberly's forgiveness, but it may please council that next item for the fire hose can be reduced by 10,000 because the fire hose came in yesterday and I took delivery of it, and it's at Station 2. So that was a potential rollover of 10. So that the ask now is for 10, not 20. The SRU, no problem. The SRU training reserve, that's a yearly one. That's to, that unit is a made up of all the municipalities within Peterborough County. We each have 4 or 5 members that participate in that, and they respond to high risk incidents, example, high angle confined space, thing. So it's a joint cooperative program between all the municipalities because it's very costly to have each department have their own, and we have a trailer that's centrally located with that required equipment, so that those funds keep that team up and operational. Communication upgrades, we changed the name of that one from repeater upgrades. This is for communication, so it'll be a broader term that we can use the funds for in the future. And that's things like our repeaters. Currently we're analog. We're looking to go digital, but the discussion in the previous years is that council has asked that we wait if and when the new station is built, so that we'll be able to access those funds for that, plus any regulatory provincial or federal things that come down the line. There'll be funds available to augment the associated costs with that. The next one is the municipal generator at the municipal office. That's for the replacement of the generator that's out back when it needs to be replaced. Design concept, fire hall number 1, 41,000 is the ask. That'll bring us back up to the anticipated 125 for the design of the fire hall. We'd like to have those funds available so that if and when provincial funding streams become available, or we get direction from council on proceeding, we're ready to go with the design of the fire station. SCBA units is the next one. That again has been a yearly request. That's anticipated. The purchase date of that requirement would be 2023 to ensure that all the funds are there. That in 2023, just to put it into perspective, that'll be potentially a $240,000 to $250,000 capital request in that year. And we've been putting funds away for a number of years. So that's helping ease the financial burden, the ask not being all in one year. The next ones are vehicles. And these are, the request is each of the items are there. I can speak to specific units if council would like. What I'm trying to do here is again spread out the costs. The Director of Finance has previously said that I believe, if she can correct me if I'm wrong, that we started the PSAP putting away of funds in 2016. These vehicles here are older than that. So if there are funds in the PSAP, there would be very little. And we have intersecting lines here with a fire hall that is in desperate need of being replaced. And then we have aging infrastructure in the vehicles, and the two lines are intersecting. So what I put forward is to try to spread them out and identify those shortfalls in the capital vehicle replacement program and spread them out over a number of years instead of having a big hit all in one year. The one exception to this that I will speak to is the tanker 1. Last year in the 2020 budget, council approved 225,000. The ask this year is 225. That one then would be completed. Although it's going to reserves, we can't purchase the truck because it won't fit in the current fire station. And if we did buy a truck that would fit in the fire station, you'd be buying equipment that would be undersized, and it's, in my opinion, spending good money after bad. So that particular one is halfway funded, which is a good sign. And the last one I don't want to forget is the $1 million request for the new fire station. This last year we had the same request, and council directed that they were going to use the monies from the asset management fund, and there was no formal direction on the request. This year the request is back again. I think that we had a report from our consultant that indicated the number was around 700 and some thousand in deficiencies in Fire Station 1, and we're looking to move this project forward.
Very good. Questions from members of council? I guess if I might suggest, okay, all right, go ahead, Councillor Huntley, and then I got Councillor Moore.
I was going to say you can go ahead and suggest, but I'll go ahead then. So through you, to the chief, and I had a brief conversation with Mr. Hancock as well as kind of a, looking at a fleet inventory and kind of seeing, where are we with each of the pieces of equipment in the fleet, how much is put away for them, what's the replacement cost, more of a, kind of a one pager on each one of these vehicles. Because I know, from my perspective, it seems like different trucks come up every year. We're putting some money away here, we're buying other trucks there. So it's really hard to kind of get a grasp on how much money is really put away for a tanker one or the half ton or any of these vehicles. It would just be kind of nice to have a snapshot of what's the full inventory of the vehicles, what if any has been put away for any of them, and what's the anticipated replacement of them. And I know there's the 10-year capital plan that comes out a little bit later on, but just having it consolidated down to your fleet, and same comment goes to Mr. Hancock if he's listening, to the the Public Works fleet as well. Just have a cleaner picture of where we are in terms of all these different pieces of equipment.
Very good. I'm pretty sure Mr. Hancock's listening in, because that last item of the $1 million for the fire hall, I'm sure Mr. Hancock's listening very closely right now. Go ahead, Kimberly. Kimberly?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to speak to the asset replacement reserve. So just primarily with regards to putting away funds specific for certain assets, we don't have reserves that are broken up that way, where there's a particular truck and there's an asset replacement, or there's a value set aside particularly to that truck. I can tell you we started putting funds away in the asset replacement reserve in 2010. We've had successful 10, now almost 11 years. So if you have a vehicle that was depreciating over the last 11 years, I have approximately put away a percentage each year, depending on what council has approved, whether it be the 80%, the 81%, what have you. So when I look back to 2010, I'm at about 74% of the asset replacement reserve funded to the level of which we're using our assets. So if I have an asset that has been depreciating over the last 11 years, I've basically got 74% of that 11 years of depreciation that we can pull from the asset replacement reserve. The exception to that is with the fire department for emergency equipment. They do have funds that are separated there. There's some motor vehicle collision revenues that get transferred there as well. So there's additional funds placed there. So basically, whenever there's a new truck purchased or a new fleet purchased, I always take a look at what has been depreciated over the last 11 years. If it was this year, there's approximately 74% of that value of the historical cost. And then the rest of the amount would have to come through the tax revenue. In a perfect world, which nobody lives in, but in a perfect world, if we had fully funded asset replacement, we'd only be coming back for the difference in cost between what we purchased it for historically to what the cost is today. But we're doing well. It's not 100% funded. It's 74% funded over the last 11 years. Prior to that, there were no funds put away for asset replacement. So there's always that calculation. And so whenever we're drawing down, that's what we're pulling from and adding into. One other caveat, because this was discussed with myself and the deputy mayor in preparation for today's meeting, about having a similar report where you could see how much has been put aside or what that calculation is when I'm talking about the calculations. We did purchase citywide software. Unfortunately, the training got bumped with COVID, so it's happening in the new year. However, there's a powerful budgeting tool that we did purchase along with it, that once we have access to citywide and we're using that, I believe there'll be for future reports that I'll be able to bring you more detailed information with everything combined into one area rather than all these separate spreadsheets that we have all over the place and integrating with our new financial software. So I hope to provide you more, but anytime you want to know about a specific piece of equipment, I can definitely look up the history. And again, depending on what council approves this year to go into the asset replacement reserve, will then change that spreadsheet for me to know how much then from the 2021 year I'll be able to put away as well.
I think to Councillor Huntley's point, I think he's more looking for a roadmap that you can see this vehicle is going to need replacement in this year and planned out over the next 10 years or the lifespan of the vehicle. I think, Councillor Huntley?
Yeah, I think that's kind of where I was going, Mr. Mayor, is, you know, it's hard to visualize all these pieces of equipment and have any concept of where they are in their depreciation, where they, you know, when their renew or when their replacement is due. And I think you have it maybe in that 10-year forecast, but I mean, if it just got, you know, let's just see the fire department's trucks and pieces of equipment. Let's see Parks and Recs, and well, maybe not Parks and Recs, but you know, but at least Public Works. You know, as this equipment keeps coming up, you know, how many more other pieces of equipment are out there that we don't even know about? Like that's where my concern lies, right? Like we just don't seem to have a good grasp. I'm sure somebody does, but I don't, as a counselor, have a good grasp on, you know, what's the inventory of the fleet.
If I may say that as well, sorry.
Go ahead.
That you're correct. The 10-year forecast shows what's on the radar for the 10-year period. So if the departments were to create a full listing, regardless of how many years that it spans over, to include all vehicles, that would be, you know, going beyond that 10-year forecast. And you're right, you don't have that information, but each department would have that information to provide.
Right.
Through the mayor,
Go ahead,
I add a
Chief.
comment? The
Go
only
ahead.
comment that I would make, I agree with everything that Kimberly has said. However, we've got two for sure on this list that are past their life expectancy. They've been redlined for a number of years based on they won't fit in the station. Example, we have a half ton that's 31 years old. You know, they're 7 to 10. You know, that's a council direction, whether they're 7 or 10. Even 10 is still over by 20. We've got a tanker that we've written the underwriters for an extension. You'll get another year or two extension, but there is the point of my request is there is going to be a point when those extensions are going to run out. And I just don't want people to, and then looking back historically, there's a gap in that funding. And I can appreciate what Councillor Huntley's request is for getting, there is a 10-year capital, but what is the difference is what you're asking. What is the actual shortfall, the total cost and the shortfall of the funding that's already been put away?
Yeah, so through you, Mayor, to
go ahead.
I mean, if you look at your vehicle that's 31 years old, like, are we really better off putting into a generic reserve to maybe replace it, or not put as much into reserve and just replace it? Like, and that's the kind of decisions I don't think we have that information to make. You know, and seeing as you're just putting it into a reserve, it's kind of getting washed into a reserve, right? I don't know whether it's directed straight to that vehicle or not. So when you do pull that vehicle forward, you know, do we get to see what it is, you know, that you're spending that money on, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, to me, a 31-year-old vehicle is ridiculous to have in your fleet. Like, we should be replacing it now, right? But you're putting a lot of money into a reserve without actually replacing a vehicle. You get you see where I'm going with that?
Yeah, and my thinking was in putting it forward for council's discussion, it's a great discussion, but if and when the fire hall is built, and that's going to be a major ticket item, that's a lot of funds going out in 1 year, then we're turning around and saying, okay, now we've got some vehicles, by the way, one's 31 years old, a tanker, which I already spoke to, we've got it half put into reserve. That's a good news story, right? And but you just don't, I'm just trying to make sure that council is in a place where the two lines intersect and we have to drain the bank account and then some.
Councillor Moore?
Through you, Mayor. I don't know if this is a question for the chief or for Kimberly, but why can't we consider borrowing? Municipalities can borrow at a pretty low rate right now and put into the process of getting the fire station built. And then we have a place to put the vehicles that we need. And it's going to have to happen, and we're not going to be able to do it in dribs and drabs. It's going to happen. It's going to be a big ticket item. But right now, the municipality lending rate is low. If it was spread over 20 years, like happens all the time, that rate would stay the same for the next 20 years. And we would have our station and possibly a 2-bay paramedic base at the same time. But I just think it's maybe time to be thinking about that. And I might be wrong, but And I don't know which one of you want to answer me, but I just wonder if it's not a consideration.
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Moore. You're absolutely correct. We have an annual repayment limit that we're always watching and making sure that we're within that, and we definitely are, and we do have some room. You are correct. The only debt that this municipality currently carries is for the water wastewater treatment plant and the upgrade that we did in combination with the BCF fund. However, when we looked at the community center, we were also looking at the same time of the fire hall, and there was a comparison brought forward at that time. So once we have direction of council as to which larger infrastructure we're to look at and begin to investigate, then the department heads bring forward the plans, designs, etc., which I know they've been working on. So in this circumstance, the two largest ticket items in this capital budget that are there is the fire hall and the cabin workshop. They both, when a report is coming forward, it's at that time that I would provide input into how can we fund this in the same way that I did for the CMCC, because then we have all the details, we have the estimated numbers, and I'm able to do those calculations. If we can borrow internally within, that's great for the municipality, because any of that interest potentially lost externally could be placed back into our own reserves for our own future capital infrastructure, if possible. But it depends on the timing, it depends on the total amount, and it depends on the direction of the council. So I'm always happy to do those calculations when those reports come forward. And you're right, it could mean debt in the future. I just, until I see all those numbers, I can't bring forward the calculations to give council some options as to where we'll go, but I would be more than happy to do so. And I think even in this report today, we are as staff at a bit of a crossroads, getting ready to move forward with the next projects. We upgraded our water wastewater treatment plant. The community center has been built, and now we're ready for the next point of direction, and then for the staff to come back with itemized reports indicating to council this is what we can and cannot do, and to receive direction as to what we can do going forward.
Thank you. I just think, considering the safety of the residents and the safety of the firemen, it all needs to be considered sooner rather than later. That's just my personal opinion, but anyway, thank you very much.
Deputy Mayor Graham.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I just, maybe it goes without saying, I think the majority of us are well aware of this, but Kimberly, just for the sake of argument, the municipality's ability to fund or afford a fire hall is in no way an impediment to the moving forward of the project at this time.
We've lost our director. Okay.
My mouse was sticking. At this time, with the preliminary numbers that I have seen to date, not necessarily the final numbers and what's exactly being discussed, but what I have seen, we are in a positive financial position. Kudos to council and staff in the past of getting rid of the OLGs. We don't require that. We have relatively healthy reserves. I don't want to overestimate that and make anyone think that we have a pot of funds. We're just trying to make sure that we have the right amount of money put aside per year for what we're using. But again, we have assets that aren't on there. We're in a good position. We have room in our annual repayment limit because we only have debt for water and wastewater. I don't say only lightly. I just say that it's the only project. So can we afford to move forward, borrow internally, and have room externally on our annual repayment limit? The answer is yes. Which projects to go forward with, the total dollar value, if you're looking at two large projects, and you go with the largest version of a Taj Mahal large complex, that's a different story than a scaled down version. So I need to see the details to know how to give you the proper calculations, but I don't believe that we're in any kind of a negative financial position to not be able to afford to move forward.
I'm just going one line item at a time. We'll get to Wayne. We'll got to get through Bill first. But I think I just wanted to quench or quelch any sort of concerns that, what the decisions that we've made over the last few years to not dedicate a reserve is to give us financial flexibility. It is by no means at a risk that, I don't want it to be perceived as though because we've turned down $1 million request in years prior, that there isn't monies going through in the dedicated reserve to be utilized for exactly this type of high value project. But, it was more just sort of, I just wanted to make that clear just in light of Kathy's comment, just for clarity for the general public to understand that, we're not, there's not a funding delay with this. There's been a myriad of complications whether it comes to a site and then the design, et cetera, that, you know, there are timelines that need to happen for big projects like this to be able to come to fruition. Obviously, the community center is built and done and great. And this is, as by all accounts and by all surveys, the next major investment that the municipality is going to be making from a structure standpoint. We'll see what happens, Wayne. But, you know, in all those previous documents, this is where all of our focus is moving toward, and we have the financial capability to do it. And I'm assuming that we will be moving forward full steam ahead with, when we get those reports about solving how the fiscal riddle will be solved for that project, but that the project is by no means held up by any of the financial discussion to date, is all I was trying to make that clear.
If I may provide further clarification, the asset replacement reserve doesn't designate necessarily for one particular project, and it leaves it open for council to make future decisions based on what's available. Sometimes there's grant funding that suddenly becomes available for a particular project. And by not earmarking it, it leaves the flexibility with council to be able to move forward. We always want to follow our strategic corporate plan and make sure that we're following the direction in which we're supposed to be set on, or the course or the pathway. But it does leave it in the best analogy I can give you is it's a family savings for the entire municipality, to make sure that when the availability comes, we can maximize grant funding to partner with municipal dollars. We want to go in those areas to make sure that the cost is minimized on our residents. So when you earmark and you place it specifically one particular asset, that's difficult, because now if there's funding for one project and you've earmarked it for another, you've just tied your hands. It's something that council decided 3 or 4 budgets ago to remove a number of single line reserves that were specifically dedicated for one thing after another, and to merge them so they did have the flexibility to move forward like this and make decisions. Otherwise, they're predetermining decisions for future years, but they don't know what's happening.
Deputy Mayor Graham.
My other questions were probably more for the chief. Chief, with regards to the allocation of the tanker, thanks for clarifying that is one of the units that doesn't fit in our current facilities. Seeing as we put aside the 225,000 for that, potentially about $500,000, I think we said that vehicle was going to be. I guess my question is, with regard to some of the other vehicles that were identified as in a similar sort of, let's call it the more urgent or pressing need for replacement, you know, with the inability to house that tanker, and I appreciate the approach of trying to stagger the requests so that they're not all lumped in one big year for councils. I appreciate where you're going from. My question is, like, with regards to a 225 or another 225 allocation for something that we're not going to be able to house or purchase for, let's say, conservatively 2 years, if, you know, probably more like 3 given the time of constructions, et cetera, et cetera. My question is there any, rather than just continue to fully allocate for those costs into a reserve fund, are there any of these specific vehicles that might be able to actually execute on a purchase on to make an improvement to the fleet now, rather than continuing to invest or maybe overly commit to reserve contributions for vehicles that, you know, we're still years away from being able to house?
Chief?
Yes, through the mayor to Deputy Graham Mayor, there is there is one truck at Station 2 that could be done because it's up at Station 2, and that's the rescue unit, Ford F550. The other ones at the station, like the 31-year-old half-ton it won't fit. And doing the rescue unit at Station 1, it needs to be done as well, but I wouldn't do it right now because there's a chance it may not fit in the station. You're really gambling, and I'm not a big gambler, sir.
I guess if I could suggest some insight, recognizing we're in our final 2 years of council. If we haven't got clear direction within the next year, everything ends up getting rolled over, and we'll have talked about it for the entire term of council. So my suggestion would be, recognizing we're well into the stage now that we're stuck that we need vehicles that no longer fit into the fire hall. We're literally keeping some pieces of equipment past their expiry date. So we're on borrowed time at this point. If we don't, I recognize that there's a large list of requests for transfers specifically to reserves. But even if we went ahead with all $1.5 million, we still, at the end of the day, we haven't solved anything. We've just put a whole bunch of money away for a whole bunch of stuff that we can't buy. And we're really not, we're not addressing the elephant in the room. So I would like to see, with council support, that that we have staff with our chief and with our director of finance establish a financing plan, bring back a report that could have shovels in the ground within the next 12 to 18 months that provides a specific timeline for staff to work towards. And when we've established that, we should have an idea of when Fire Hall could be constructed, so that, to Deputy Mayor Graham's point, we can backtrack on some of these investments in vehicles so that we can time it so that when the hall is done, the money is there for the vehicles that are waiting for that hall to be purchased, so that we don't have all the big hits specifically in this year for vehicles that we can't purchase anyways. So I think it's a collaborative report between our director of finance as well as the chief. And I'll remind the chief, make sure we're not going for that Taj Mahal. Give us something that council can bite into to get shovels in the ground. And I really believe we need to look at our financing options, because as we've clearly identified before, we don't have the $1 million of monies to take out of the tax levy to specifically pay for this. We really need to rely on some financing options, and the time is now, because the borrowing money has never been cheaper. So that's what I would like to see. I'd like to have that roadmap before us, and I think a plan and a report from Kimberly and the chief would help us along that plan. And I don't know how the rest of council feels on that. Councillor Moore.
I'd like to second that. I agree totally.
Deputy Mayor. Yep. Sorry. Go ahead, Kathy.
I was just going to say, we have to bite the bullet at some point in time, and we just keep putting it off. And I know it scares the Jesus out of everybody, but the fact is, we're growing. We need to have a place to have a fire hall that can hold the trucks that we need to keep everybody safe in this community. I think we have to look into it.
Very good. Deputy Mayor Graham.
Yeah, my comment is just like, there's lots of work that are being done behind the scenes. I'm just curious with regards to like where we currently stand, like, so we can request a report within a certain timeline, but I mean, it doesn't make it more realistic or less realistic. So I'm looking maybe to the CAO or the chief to sort of give us an up-to-date summary of where we are and what timeline is achievable based on the work that is being done sort of behind the scenes. Because we talk about it a lot as council, and we're asked about it a lot as council, but I can't give you a sort of up-to-date summary as to where we're at in this process. I know we've talked about constraints along the way, but I'm just curious, like, before we get into setting a timeline, I'd like to hear what, are we getting closer now that we've moved some of this, like I said, now the community center is done and dusted. I know we have limited bandwidth and the COVID and all this timelines, but I'm curious, what is the timeline that we're going to be able to start realistically moving forward?
Chief?
Appreciate the question through the mayor to the deputy mayor. It's a great question, and I'd like to give you the answer, but I would like the time to bring the report back. First of all, I'd like to thank council for the discussion today. What we need from you is the direction, and I'm hearing the direction to move forward. We need to do a design. We need to figure out what the finances are and bring you back the options. So we'll get that report out to you just as soon as we can.
Okay, and just be cognizant, as I know you always are, we've obviously got a lot of equipment that we need to replace. We've also got another discussion coming up specific to Public Works and our Millbrook Works Yard, which clearly needs some work as well. So if we can collectively work together as staff, recognizing our budgetary restraints, these are projects that are all very important to council. And if we can figure out a way to efficiently use the limited funds that we have in combination with the opportunity to borrow on monies that have very low interest rate, now is the time to do it, because the costs only continue to escalate. So I think we're all on the same page on this. I guess to Ms. Pope and both the chief, what specific direction are you looking at from us that you can get this ball rolling, recognizing that realistically to proceed on this. We have to have shovels in the ground before within the next 12 to 18 months, realistically. Otherwise, it's an election issue and it gets dragged on, and you're well into the next term before you get anything accomplished. So I'd like to set that as what we're shooting for, to have shovels in the ground next 12 to 18 months once we work out all of the financing. Where are we at? What kind of motion do you need, and what's the timelines for bringing that stuff back?
Mr. Mayor, may I step in for just a second? Thank you. Just for clarity, we've got I think we should be delicate on this motion yet, because we need to sit down and meet. The chief and I actually have a meeting to discuss the future fire hall and what's required in the status, as well as the master plan, tomorrow morning. We've already arranged that meeting. We knew very clearly that council was going to ask us, what to come back and do a report on timeline and what we're looking for, and confirm everything from a location to what the potential financial implications would be. But we really do need to have that discussion and report back to you. So I'm cognizant of your time in the aspect of asking for 18 months shovel in the ground scenario, but we haven't had that meeting, and I would really respectfully ask us if we can report back to you in January. That would be fine, but I'm happy to do that date, but we really do need time to do our homework first.
Okay, and just from a budgetary perspective, just keep in mind, unless we're moving ahead with some of these vehicles this year, and with regards to the $1 million, I'd prefer that those items just be specifically pulled out. That's got to be part of what comes back in January as to how we're dealing with it, because our capital side significantly needs to be dialed back, and I think that's clearly an area that can be dealt with. That's just, I mean. So after what you've said, Ms. Hurley, what is the direction? What is it you're looking at for direction if council is trying to proceed with this?
If you would like direction or take a motion to have staff, including the chief and obviously Ms. Pope, potentially, as you mentioned, it might include Mr. Hancock as well for Public Works, that we come back with a very detailed report of these two projects, whether it's from everything from location to financial contribution, or where we're looking for finances, and what those timelines would be to pursue that even further. I think you need a very detailed report before you, and we just need some time to be able to do that.
Excellent, and it needs to be factored in, and I don't mean to rush, and I'm not trying to push. However, it needs to be factored in, because if either of these timelines come back that are going to exceed this term of council, I don't want to waste staff or council's time right now, because quite frankly, if you're looking for an approval after the next term of council, then that's out the window, and you're depending on the next council. So I don't mean to push hard, but if we don't have a plan that deals with it within the next 12 to 18 months to have everything signed and moving, then take that project off, and we'll have to park it.
Mr. Mayor, did you say you didn't mean to push?
Oh, I'm pushing.
Okay. We will come back with a very detailed report in January, sir.
Very good. Excellent. Chief, was there anything else you wanted to hear? I guess you probably didn't want to hear us stripping all that money out of your transfers. However, hopefully you're encouraged by all the other conversation that we've had.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
Very good.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if you would like a motion, we're happy to do that as well, sir.
Okay, if you would kindly craft the motion so that we don't enter into delicate areas, I would. I'm sure council would be very supportive of your recommended motion.
Mr. Mayor,
I see our clerk just unmuted herself. I'm sure she has something to say.
I have a drafted motion, and maybe Ms. Hurley, if I can read it, she can just correct anything that she'd rather have changed within it. So that staff, including the fire chief, director of finance / treasurer, and the director of public works, provide a report to council on a plan and financing options for the construction of a new fire hall and upgrades to the operations center. I do have aiming to begin construction in 12 to 18 months, but I'm listening to Ms. Hurley. I'm not sure whether she wants to include that at this time.
No, Ms. Arthurs, I'd like you to remove the 18 months, please.
Okay.
She'll be including that in her report.
Yeah.
With council support, of course. Thank you.
Absolutely.
The balance of the motion is okay, Ms. Hurley?
That is fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Very
thank
good.
you.
I know I got Councillor Moore wants to move it. Do I have a seconder? and I got Deputy Mayor Graham. I apologize, Councillor Belch, if you wanted to move or second. I didn't see your hand, but I've got a mover and a seconder from Councillor Moore and Deputy Mayor Graham. Without any further discussion, then I'll call for recorded vote.
Councillor Moore,
Yes.
Councillor Deputy Mayor Graham,
Yes.
Councillor Belch,
Yes.
Councillor Huntley,
Yes.
Mayor McFadden.
Yes, motion is approved. Very good. And there was nothing else in protective services then? I think that encapsulates it. Very good. All right, back to our shared screen. What is our next topic?
Mr. Mayor, if I could interrupt, your scheduled break was supposed to be 1:30. You're now 2 o'clock. So if you wanted to take a break, we could do that now. If you wanted to push
Okay.
through, that's up to you.
I'd suggest let's do it. Let's have a quick break. All right, is everybody back?
Nope.
I think the chief is resuscitating the CAO and the director of finance.
Maybe Mr. Connolly's the chief now.
Yes.
Easy, easy.
I am not qualified, nor would I be nominated. I will not run. If elected, I will not serve.
All right, so we're still waiting on Councillor Moore. Councillor Belcher, are you still there?
I am here. I am here,
Very-
Scott. I just don't have my picture up. Okay.
Okay, very good.
I'm
Excellent. So
looking.
it's just Councillor Belch.
I don't know what I've done to get rid of it, but anyway.
All right. Well, if you do need to speak, by all means, certainly interrupt me if I can't see your picture. That's fine. Okay, so we've covered off protective services. Chief Belfour wants everybody to know he's handing out free fire hats for any councillors that wish to have a free red fire hat for.
They're really cheap, $100,000 each.
It's a fundraiser.
Don, you're selling us a little short.
Buy a hat, get a truck.
Exactly. Get a ride on the truck. Oh, you can push it if it's 31 years old.
Okay, Ms. Pope, which section are we on to now? Economic and community development is our next up?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Who wants to walk council through these requests? Is that Mr. Conley?
Through you, Chair, to the rest of council. The first line is corporate strategic plan. I believe that's something that either CAO may want to speak to. That's not one of my line items.
Okay, Ms. Hurley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we have identified a corporate strategic plan update. As you know, our strategic plan was adopted by council. It's 2 years old, and we believe moving forward, we should have it updated for the next 2 years.
Okay, well, I think of it, and just on topic, given that we're going to be doing the entire budget through Zoom, if I could make a suggestion that in the future budget presentations that come back, if each of these departments, as Ms. Pope has already done for the other in the operations discussion, if these could each be on their own page, then when we scroll to the bottom, we're not all trying to guess which column they're underneath as to where the funding has come from. I'm struggling to try and relate that back to my book to where they're at. And for those that don't have access to a book, they have no idea. Ms. Pope?
Pardon me.
Yes,
Absolutely. I was making notes. We will do
Okay,
that.
okay, perfect. I just want to
Yeah.
make sure that you'd heard that. Okay, fantastic. You've done a wonderful job. It's just unfortunate we've changed the format on how you have to present this year. So it's we're just it's a moving. You've done well.
That's okay. And we could also use the slide if you wanted to, because they were a little bit, they were broken down a little bit more. So I don't know if the slide would help at all at the beginning. Because it does just give you smaller. Cindy, if you could pull up the slide presentation I did earlier and just move down capital pages, it is a little bit closer for council to be able to see it by departments.
The library ones. Who's going to do that one?
No, that's not the right one. The finance.
I'm not doing that one.
I heard Mr. Connolly wants to do the library.
I'll do all but the libraries.
Feels like an initiation for Mr. Conley.
So,
Welcome to our budget.
exactly.
Cindy, is that possible to pull up there? And then if you go down again, Cindy. I don't think that's any better.
No.
Sorry about that. I don't think that's any better. I thought it would be.
Okay.
I think it's easier to read.
Okay, wonderful.
Yeah, it does go all the way across, so it's a little bit bigger.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So corporate strategic plan, Ms. Hurley, is there any questions for Ms. Hurley specific to the corporate strategic plan? Have we got a timeline as to when we're planning on doing that?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, obviously, we wouldn't do that until council supports the final budget. The final
That's a good
budget,
answer.
the final budget it will not be approved until, I'm not sure, check with Ms. Pope, but I think we're aiming for the end of February or February. And if that's the case, then that is something we would pursue right away.
Very good. Excellent. Okay. So after that is the rest under Mr. Conley?
Mr. Conley, Mr. Conley.
So
Mr.
through you,
Conley,
Chair-
Mr. Hack.
Through you, Chair, to the rest of council. So a number of line items there under the capital plan for Mr. Hack. We did speak earlier this morning about the rollover.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you need to want to get back into that. The next one is the 2021 CIP incentives. That again is for next year for 2021. That would be the 25,000 for that. There's a report that's going to be going to council on the 21st of this month, and I'll give more detail, but essentially the next item, which is the community improvement plan for township wide. That's something that's earmarked 30,000, half of which we will hope to get from the Rural Economic Development Fund. So $50 from doing that. Again, the details of that in the report will be coming forward on the 21st. Ms. Ayed is here to answer any questions if you want some more detail on that. The next item is the downtown mural. That again is an item that is my understanding that that's going to be a delegation probably in the new year from Peter Ramsey with respect to that. This is the mural that's on the side of the building. I think it's next to what they call the Tinny House, and it's degrading over time. And I think the idea is that the Mr. Hack is looking for different alternatives of what they can do in terms of restoration or moving forward, setting funds aside to deal with that restoration. So that's one of those items that will come forward in the new year. The service modernization review is an item that we've already spoken to. I know Ms. Pope has spoken a lot about, but that's the work that's being done by MMP, just finalizing. It was included in the IT piece, so I don't want to go too much into that other than it has been covered earlier in a number of times. The employment lands marketing materials, this is something that when council in May approved the employment land strategy, there was also money set aside or earmarked for marketing materials relative to that effort. So that's what that item is. The next two, the one is the rollover with respect to Mount Pleasant Women's Institute renovations. Those were funds that were not able to be spent this year and will be a rollover. And again, the next one is the IT modernization, which again, Ms. Pope had identified, and there was a discussion earlier. So if you have any questions, Ms. Ayed is here as well to provide any details.
Very good. Any questions from members of council? Tim, I can't see you, so just interrupt if you have a comment, but the rest I can. Any questions, comments? None? Very good. Well done, Mr. Conley. Next is parks and facilities. Who wants to lead that? Is Mr. Allison or Ms. Hurley?
I can start, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Mr. Allison is here and will speak to a couple of the items as well. If I go through the list, community center furnishings and fixtures, it's CMCC, and that's the rollover. As I mentioned previously, we have not had everything completed and we have not had the facility commissioned yet, as there's still some outstanding works. So therefore, we are asking for a rollover on that. That also goes into the municipal office renovation design. That's a rollover. We just spoke with that not too long ago with regards to the 400,000. Municipal office FF&E, which is the furnishings and fixtures. Again, we just spoke to that at the last council meeting at $100,000. Now you can see going across what the real ask is, because rollovers are not, the adjusted total is at the very end. So there isn't a dollar value for the first two. And there's funds to offset the next one, which is the 400,000 was asked of 2020, and therefore it's just a rollover. We didn't go ahead with that project. The municipal office furnishing fixtures is 100,000. We're asking for 30. because we do have some funds that are available there, that asset replacement reserve, and with regards to the rollover again. We have municipal office HVAC for the 15. I would recommend that we remove that. And the reason why we would remove that now is because council just approved the renovation for the municipal office.
Okay. Do you want a motion?
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, through you, we have had a motion for all the other removals, so we may just want to stay with status quo and have a motion.
All right, motion then to
there you
review,
go.
a motion then to remove the municipal office HVAC upgrades, moved by Deputy Mayor Graham, Councillor Huntley. Madam Clerk, recorded vote.
Councillor Belch? Councillor Belch return?
Madam Clerk, we do have a few. So would you like to wait to the very end until I finish speaking, and then you could just do one motion that occurred with the ones that I'm asking to be removed?
If that's good with council, absolutely.
Okay, works for us.
Okay, I just thought it might be a little bit easier because I'm requesting a municipal office HVAC, but there's no requirement for that one at this time based on the renovations. The Bruce Johnson Library AC replacement. We received a quote that there's another AC issue at the Bruce Johnson Library, and that we did receive a firm quote on getting those works done.
Was that in their ICIP grant? Are they covering the air conditioning, or was that something different?
I don't know because I do not have a copy of the updated ICI grant. So once we do, we could certainly clarify that. The recreational land plan design for CMCC, as you know, that too has, it's been a rollover. We haven't gone ahead with that due to COVID and due to the situation with regards to the CMCC. Maple Leaf Park ball field lighting. I'm not sure if anyone has seen the lighting there. Mr. Allison is available to speak to that one particularly. Mr. Allison, could you provide an update on the reason why we would like council to consider updating the lighting?
Yes, I can. I don't know if you've noticed, when you go into Maple Leaf Park, we have 4 out of the 5 ball field lights have quite a bit of tilt on them. And every year the poles seem to be going further and further over. So we're looking to excavate the poles and straighten them up, reset them before we have an issue with them.
Thank you, Mr. Allison.
So just to be clear, what exactly is the $7,500? Are we rectifying the issue, or are they, or is that like if we have to take them down, that's over and above all of this?
No, this is to come in and fix them. They're going to come in with back truck, suck it all out, straighten the pole, and then reset. So they'll be straight in place.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, very good.
The next one is amenities. It's benches, garbage cans, receptacles. Throughout the year, this year, we've had questions raised with regards to recycling and the garbage receptacles in the downtown area. So therefore, the discussion was to put some money in there to start replacing those. Tower Hill South Playground equipment, council already did a motion to have that one removed.
Do we have a plan in place for the amenities, benches, garbage cans, and receptacles? Because they seem to, are we putting wheels on these? Because they seem to be moving all around the downtown this past summer.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if we would comment on that.
But I don't know, what are we doing? Like, are we pulling them out and putting them in specific spots, or what's the policy?
So Mr. Allison, you could speak to that. I believe you put them in the same spots on a regular basis, correct?
So yeah, we do have spots where they regularly go. This summer, the BIA was requesting them moved around a few times, and I think some of the garbage cans got moved, not by staff. So some of the businesses were moving the garbage cans, and then staff was moving them back to the places where we usually position them.
Is that something that we should deal with through the BIA, just so that we're all on the same page on this one? We're trying to improve it, obviously, if we're going to go ahead with the recycling and et cetera, but just so that we don't have that. It seemed to cause a lot of turmoil. I don't think it was necessary. Deputy Mayor Graham's been very patient. You've got your hand up. Is this on this one, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, well, my question was like, with regards to the amenities and the enhancement of the existing receptacles, let's just use that word. I mean, to me, in my experience in working with BIAs in a past life, this would be an over and above, improvement on the service provision from the municipality, and wouldn't that be at the cost of the BIA?
Through you to the deputy mayor, if that is something that this council would like us to explore with the BIA, we're happy to do that. Right now, we've been just suggested that we start replacing them, and we replace them with not just garbage, but also recycling. So this is not for all of them to be replaced. This is just starting the process. If you would like us to reach out to the BIA, I'm happy to do that.
Councillor Huntley?
Through you, Chair. So it's a part of the program here to Deputy Mayor is that the garbage cans are being used for a lot of household waste from a lot of the apartments that live in the area too. So part of changing those receptacles is turning them into both recycling and household garbage. Well, not, sorry, just regular garbage, not household garbage, but making the openings so that they aren't conducive to people just dumping their garbage into it on a regular basis. So it's yes, there's an aesthetic appeal to it that's a BIA, but there's also a township appeal that our guys are going and emptying those things on a regular basis of people's household garbage.
Deputy Mayor Graham?
Yeah, and I completely understand that, Councillor Huntley, and I wasn't insinuating that the entirety of the cost potentially be incurred by the BIA, but it's my understanding that those cost shared initiatives, this would, in my opinion, qualify. I mean, it's similarly as a cobblestone improvement on the walkway would also be used by those residents as well, but it's still there's still a cost shared agreement with the BIA for those sorts of improvements. So whether or not, maybe it's something that's not captured in our agreement with the BIA, and maybe it should be something that is reviewed and considered, but specifically, when things are going above and beyond the traditional, sort of when improvements or enhancements are above and beyond what would normally be the municipality's contribution, that to me is the quintessential instance where the BIA comes in to help offset those costs that they exclusively are benefiting from, in addition to those residents and visitors. So that's, whether I'm surprised if there isn't some sort of ratio or shared cost in it, but I would think it would be something that is clearly of high interest to them. And if it is high interest, they can help share the burden potentially.
Councillor Huntley.
Those garbage cans would represent 70% of BIA budget.
If I may, through you, Mr. Chairman, I think there's a bigger picture and a bigger issue here, and that is, that for instance, the apartments are actually utilizing the receptacles in the downtown area that are to be used for the public purpose for their own household issues, and so do the storefront. Some of the stores use it as well. And I think that is a bigger picture issue. And I know that Mr. Hancock and I have talked about the potential of changing the back of those areas, such as the back of the buildings, and potentially having some type of garbage receptacle back at the back end of the properties when that gets cleaned up, or potentially gets cleaned up, that would potentially allow for that type of use. But the original, keeping in mind those original receptacles that we bought years ago, were for the public to utilize, not necessarily for all the apartments or businesses. And I think I know that Mr. Allison is still here with us, and we do have quite a bit of problems with regards to picking that up. The overflow, what's actually being put in there when it is garbage day, for example, and or recycling. So it's a combination. It gets a little bit messy at times. And the overflow is quite intrusive to the downtown core area. So I think there is a bigger issue here that we need to deal with, actually.
So do you want a motion, Madam Clerk, in some manner? I guess back to Ms. Hurley as well. Do you want a motion of that regard?
I'm not sure if you want a motion, or I know that later on in the report, Mr. Hancock is going to speak to allocating some funds in the capital budget for improvements in the back alley area. That might be a time you have that conversation at that time as well. I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. Yeah, because I think the general consensus here is we'd like some discussion, some further discussion with regards to the amenities, benches, garbage cans, receptacles. Okay.
Okay. I'll just continue, but we can certainly come back to this.
Sure. Very good.
Okay. The Tower Hill South Playground, as I mentioned, you've removed that. Millbrook Arena renovation, that's tied to the ICIP, and I believe Ms. Pope has already spoke to the ICIP grant applications that we have put in 2020, and hopefully we do receive some funding in 2021. Parks and Recreation Master Plan, that's a transfer to reserve. That is something that was identified in our strategic plan that we would start putting monies away in 2021 to replace that within the next few years. That master plan, and 2004 Toro lawnmower, a 72-inch, that's money's going in for a reserve. I know that Mr. Huntley mentioned, Councillor Huntley, excuse me, mentioned that he'd like to see more of a breakdown on fleets. We're happy to do that, and that'll show also putting monies into reserves for a replacement 3 years down the road.
Very good.
So as of right now, if it's, you have benchmarked municipal office HVAC to be removed. I think, Madam Clerk, we already have a motion to remove the Tower Hill, and unless council has any other items that they wish to consider to be removed.
I'm fine with leaving the amenities in for now, but I do want the further discussion, so I don't know whether that needs to be tied into a motion or.
I was just suggesting, through you, Mr. Chair, I was just suggesting we tie that into
the alleyway.
The public works to comments, yes.
Okay, very good. All right, so we need a motion then specifically for the removal of the HVAC. No?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I forgot one. I apologize. What you don't have before you today that Mr. Allison has just received a quote for is the actual glycol removal for the Millbrook Arena.
Okay.
So we just received that in. Thank you to Mr. Allison. So we just got that in, and the cost of that is $18,000. And Mr. Allison can speak to that if you wish. So that would be an add-on, sir.
It's an add-on, but that's not something that could be accomplished through the Millbrook Arena renovation? The ICIP doesn't qualify?
It's not that it doesn't qualify. We just realized that we had to get it replaced now. So I'm not sure. I'm
It's
not
urgent.
sure exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just not sure if it could be included, but it's something that's worth investigating. When we originally submitted it, for the ICIP grant, we did not include it because we were not aware.
Okay.
But Mr. Allison, is there something that we need to do immediately, or could it wait a little bit? I'm just not clear on that one.
So it's something that needs done. It's immediate. It depends. So we decommissioned the ammonia. Got the ammonia removed from the chiller last year. The glycol is still in all the lines in the concrete floor, and there's underground heating there too. So there's glycol all underneath the concrete as well. So the issue would be is if we ever got a hole in a line before we got the glycol pumped out of there.
I'd suggest we hurry up and get the glycol out of there because I think then we'd end up with a bigger mess, and it's in close proximity to a creek.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Ms. Hurley, let's do that one then.
Okay, so with your support, council, we will add for your next budget report, we'll add the 18,000 in for the glycol.
Very good. So take out 15,000 and add in 18,000.
Sounds like a good deal.
Very good. Madam Clerk, you want a motion?
Yes, please.
Okay, that was it. Do I have a mover or a seconder? Councillor Huntley and Deputy Mayor Graham. Madam Clerk, record a vote.
Councillor Belch. Councillor Huntley.
Yes.
Councillor Moore.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Graham.
Yes.
Mayor McFadden.
Yes, motion is approved. Very good. And is this our final department?
Yes.
Very
Take the
good.
best for last.
All right, Mr. Hancock, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, we'll go through it probably project by project. It's probably the easiest. And to start off with, we did have the road needs study that was presented by DM Wells earlier this year, received by council. It did identify two crossroad culverts. We had indicated at the time that we would we would do the work ourselves, and we would concentrate on the most urgent, which happens to be on Zion Line. Cindy also has a map of the township that shows the work that was prepared by staff, and we can put that up at any point you wish, which will show the different roads projects particularly. So she now has you on the screen there, Scott, but
I see everybody.
Yeah. Do you want me to carry on with the list?
I can't see the list. Okay. very
Okay,
good.
we'll stay with the list here. Pre-engineering is projects that we undertake that we will start design, and we have this amount identified to initiate designs on projects. They ultimately, if they become a project, the funds there are paid back into pre-engineering by the fund. So it is set aside to initiate designs on different projects that we may need in the future capital. Slurry seal is it is the slurry sealing of the roadways that were surface treated this year. An interesting comment, I think, for Evan and I, that we have been contacted by the county and a number of neighboring municipalities to investigate our experience with slurry seal and how it's worked for us. And I think, not to add to what I've said before, but this program has been well received by the public, and we believe is extending the road life at least 5 years, if not longer. So we are finding that the roads that we've done this to are not showing much distress at this point in time, and we 100% support it. So with the investigation by neighboring municipalities, including townships and the county, we think that that's probably I think it's kudos to our staff and council on what we're trying to do in this township. The list of projects that are Stewart Line, Sharp Line, Tapley Quarter Line, Hayes Line, Fallis Line, and Fallis Line West, there's 2 sections there, are surface treatment. Hayes Line is noted because we will be attempting to recoup some funds from the city of Kawartha Lakes. When we started on Hayes Line, we've had an ongoing work on that roadway for some time, and we were of the understanding that the city of Kawartha Lakes was going to do similar works to the west of County Road 10. We've not seen that to date, so we're going to ask them to offset some of our funds on that particular project. Just as a note on surface treatment, we are tendering that with the county. We have found in the it is a separate section in that tender. We found in the past 2 years that they may have a different low tender than we do. Miller has been successful with us for the last 2 or 3 years, and they've actually done quite a good job. Sidewalks is an amount of 15,000. It's a miscellaneous amount to do replacements throughout. We're carrying that as we repair sections, no specific major section being done this year. But one conversation I'll mention on sidewalks, and it's an issue related to a report that was sent forward by Planning and Public Works on the 7A in Cavan. We have a section of sidewalk that shows up there in Cavan. We'd like to have a discussion with the ministry on whether or not they might consider a paved shoulder. And the reason I raise that is that while concrete sidewalks are in certain areas around the municipality, we're not necessarily meeting minimum maintenance requirements on those sidewalks that are in the outreaches. We are doing it certainly in the Millbrook area, but some of our outlying areas, we would prefer to deal with them otherwise. And that could cause us a problem going forward as they tighten the reins on the minimum maintenance. Hot mix paving, we have the T-Way cul-de-sac. We have the smaller roadways that are Fallingbrook, Poplar Plains, Cavanwood, Blue Jay, Alexander Drive. This is a thin course of asphalt. It's a finer mix that we're using on these roadways. We find that with the shorter streets, sometimes the surface treatment does not stand up as well. And that's why we're recommending the hot mix paving. The alleyway on King Street, we had originally allowed $25,000. We have been in discussions with Nexicom about they want to put their fiber through this area. And we would, we've looked at it and we will be bringing in a report on possible expropriation where we could not acquire properties, and that we would construct a laneway that would accommodate street lighting to provide some lighting at the back of the buildings, provide garbage bins as an option to get the garbage from the front of the streetways into the back. So we were looking at a report coming forward on King Street. It's $100,000, and that we would actually put a drive-through on the back of the properties that would go from Tupper Street over to Union. We think of the areas in the downtown that need a look. This is one of the areas that needs some improvement. The laneway would provide access to some properties that don't otherwise have access. It would be a public laneway and maintained by us even in through the winter. So we are proposing a laneway, and this would not be typically more than 3 to 4 meters, whatever the property limits would allow, but we're only proposing a drive-through that provides that access and cleanup and lighting.
Did you say you're proposing a drive-through?
It would be a drive-through from Tucker to Union, but not a drive-through for the coffee. Good point, though. That's probably it. So I don't know if you have any questions on the roadworks. Again, as I was mentioning, Cindy has available a drawing that shows where they are. The only other one I'd mention before we get into the equipment was the urbanization of Main Street. That's a project that we've carried probably, I think it's 2 years now, and we have quoted an ICIP grant. We were looking forward to the possibility of funding from both the province and the feds, and this project is running as a higher priority as we look at it, because the roadway is failing. And I think most of the side streets that we were also looking at doing improvement have little to no surface structure left on them. So we're hopeful to get a grant. And again, I think as we go forward and we see where the funding comes from the two government bodies, we may have to report on this and see what we can do. Maybe we have to phase it. Maybe we have to look at something that allows us to at least get started, because I think to just put it on hold for another year is probably not the way to deal with that area. So I don't know if you would like to ask any questions about those roads programs and where we are, then I can certainly go to the equipment replacements.
Follis line east and west, is that east and west of Tapley, and is that for like a 1 kilometer in on each, or what's the determination there?
Yeah, the Follis line west is the most westerly section. It's the worst on it. It's actually west of Tapley on the section closest to the city of Kawartha Lakes. The Follis line east one is closest to Tapley. That's the part that's in bad shape. They just happen to be the same length and therefore the same number. But they are separate sections.
So I'm just taking a look. So we've got $17,000 for the 33,000 out of asset replacement specific to the Follis line east. But is there an opportunity there to use some development charges for that? Clearly, the wear and tear on Follis line east is a direct result of the growth, but I don't know whether that's been factored into the DCs.
I think we could have a look at that with Kimberly. It's a good point. We'll make a note of it and we'll have a look if there's DC dollars available. We did have Follis line in. It was specific to the sections we were urbanizing closest to County Road 10. So
yeah,
we'll look at it. I'm not sure that resurfacing or redoing that roadway would be covered off, but we can have a look at that certainly.
Very good. Okay, any questions then on that? If not, we'll move into our vehicles. Okay.
So on the vehicles, we have a replacement of the 2007 International Tandem. It's an 07. We have replacement of the 2008 rubber tired excavator. And just for an explanation on that is the grade all unit that we use for ditching culverts. We use it for flood. We eliminate icing with it in some of the larger areas. So it is the larger piece of equipment as more an excavator and to differentiate between a loader or a rubber tired backhoe. This is the excavator and it is the large piece we have there. The replacement of the 2008 Dodge Ram 1500, Parks and Rec have kindly said they'd like to have this piece of equipment. So we are transferring it to them. So it'll be still utilized, but we are asking for replacement of that. I think to note in the equipment, and as Kimberly has brought forward, we have some funds coming back from trade-in, but we also have funds available out of development charges for both the tandem and the excavator. Both we're able to fully fund them from DC, so there is no tax implications on those two pieces. And if we look at lifetime expectancy, we're into 2020. We've said the equipment will probably not be available to 2022. We are asking for pre-tender approval to allow us to tender the equipment to get it out into the marketplace. Specifically the tandem, we know that we had problems previously. Our delivery was very tight on the ones we recently acquired, and we were actually into the snow season. We've said with the 07, we'll make it due for next year, and we don't expect either piece of equipment to come in 2021. It'll probably be 2022, but we will, test the market and see where we are. The other thing I'd like to mention with the tandem is that we are looking at the opportunity of other types of trucks. And the tandem's been well serving for us, Winslow, Geronimo,
Geronimo, sure.
Geronimo, sorry about that. I do that all the time. I think I get into that. But just to note that they have been good providers for us, but we would like to test the market on other types. So those are the three pieces of equipment that are in for replacement. All are 13 to 14 years old. And I should note that a lot of municipalities, and I think Bill touched on this in the fire department, their replacement strategy is up to within 8 years. So a lot of them are looking at replacements that quickly. Some will go to 10 years. We've been working with time periods of 12 and longer. So I think we've stretched the equipment to its limit, and I think it's worthwhile to move ahead with replacements. Those are my comments related to that.
Very good. Well, I think Chief Belfour's set the bar. So 31 years is the expected lifespan on your vehicles. They're about half life right now.
Well, we have a rubber tired backhoe at the transfer station. That's pretty close.
Very good. I saw a hand there. Was it Deputy Mayor Graham?
Yeah, through you, Mayor. Thank you. A couple of questions. One, with regards to the 08 Ram, I think you mentioned that you might be utilizing it over to the Parks Department, or they had interest in accumulating it. Is there a departmental transfer of capital for when those sorts of exchanges are done, just to reflect the value, or is it just a sort of a cloak and dagger fiscal picture? I have another question too afterwards. I'll let you answer that one.
Well, I think maybe I would let Kimberly step in, but we have utilized different pieces of equipment from different departments. We've had some fire equipment that was available here at our office that was used by other municipal staff, and they're usually at the end of their lifetime, so there is not really a lot of asset value left. But maybe Kimberly, you want to comment further?
We don't separate the by departments. As a municipality as a whole, we know that it's being used by the Public Works Department, then goes over to another department, but it's a municipal asset and there's allocation of anything to occur there between the departments. We just make sure that in the operating budget that we're budgeting for fuel, etc., in the other department for them to be able to operate in the following year.
Okay. Then a follow-up, Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
So my other question was with regards to the alleyway discussion. I don't recall seeing a report with regards to sort of the plan for what is proposed to being done with the $100,000 investment. I was just curious if there was a report coming to council in the future, but I'm not against the investment in principle. I would just like to see a fulsome report with regards to what's actually being proposed. Maybe quell some of the concerns about Wayne's drive-through proposal.
I think, Mr. Mayor, through you to the Deputy Mayor, yes, we will be bringing forward a report on that one to describe the works, layout, the plan of location. And if negotiations have gone as far as they have, then we'll probably be bringing forward a recommendation on expropriation. So that will come forward for council's consideration and set out the details of the plan. We did have an original report on this some time ago, and it was a joint effort with Nexicom, but we found that hasn't moved forward. So we're going to move it in a slightly different direction, and that will require a report to council.
Very good, Deputy Mayor Graham.
So just another point of clarity on that, Wayne. With regards to the 100,000, is that exclusively the cost for the works to be done versus any subsequent costs of expropriation or things alike? I just was curious if that's a works only forecast or if there's any sort of legal costs captured in that as well.
Through Mr. Mayor to the Deputy Mayor, that was our estimate, including property expropriations. There is only one or two that are not willing to deal with us. So I think it is some cost, but it's not going to be much of the 100,000. Majority of it is for physical works on the ground.
Okay, so it's a full project cost, not just works cost.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Well, I can assure you, council is looking forward to your expropriation for a drive-through downtown Millbrook report. That'll be coming forward very soon. The Millbrook Ward Council.
Drive-through.
Millbrook Ward Council can deal with that one.
I am listening.
Just a couple questions. So the replacement of the 2008 Dodge Ram, which is actually, it's being moved into Parks and Rec, and Public Works is getting a new vehicle. Is there also one that's being retired, or is this the introduction of an additional vehicle?
This is a replacement of an existing vehicle. The only additional vehicle you might remember was the 3/4 ton that we purchased. It was about probably 1 or 2 years ago that we incorporated into our snow fleet. It was one that we're using for parking lots and things of that nature. The rest of the half tons, including this one, which are, we call them Dodge Ram 1500s. These are existing half tons that have been there. So there is 3, and we have a 3/4 ton that's utilized for a variety of tasks.
Sorry, I meant when I said a new vehicle being introduced, I'm referring to corporately. So I recognize it's being replaced in your department. So it's a replacement as far as you're concerned, but our replaced vehicle is going to Parks and Rec. So is Parks and Rec getting rid of vehicle, or is this the addition of a vehicle to our overall fleet?
I can let Yvette, the CAO, comment on that, but I believe they're short vehicles right now. They have a number of them that are not operating well, including, I remember a little Ford, a red Ford that Jerry used to drive, and I'm not sure where it's sitting now.
That was a retirement present.
That was so maybe Yvette, you want to comment, but the idea was to provide them with some wheels in that.
Absolutely. Yep.
Loggerhead.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, that is correct. It's a replacement of the red vehicle that is no longer here. It was not utilized this year alone. Actually, we could not drive it at all. So that it is a replacement. So instead of asking for a new vehicle this year, but we're certainly open for that if you'd like to consider that. If not, then we will take Mr. Hancock's older vehicle and move it in under public or Parks and Facilities.
So is there a reason, well, I guess it's just, okay, I was gonna say, because there's no discussion on vehicles under Parks and Facilities, but that's because this is being transferred in and nothing's going out. Okay, so that's fine. Question with regards to the development charges. So I'm encouraged that we're not going to the levy in order to purchase those vehicles, but in both cases, they're replacements. So how, my understanding of development charges was we could attribute anything that was related back to growth, which typically when it comes to vehicles meant when you had to bring in a new piece of equipment or the current piece of equipment was over and above the level of standard provided to the previous resident. So my question is, how are we able to use DCs for the entire cost of a rubber tire excavator and an international tandem when they're both replacements?
Through Mr. Mayor, to answer your question, the DC document we work with had allowances for growth, which provided for tandem acquisitions and the excavator. So those funds we don't, at this point, we have the growth has been seen in the township, but we don't need to add another truck to the fleet. So what we're really indicating is that the DCs we collected, we'd put into the replacement. At some point, if the community grew to the extent it needed to, we would hopefully have DCs collected that would allow for the purchase of that one. So these are available, and we're utilizing them on this replacement rather than say add another truck to the fleet. So that's the basis for it, but it is a growth factor. We had allowed it in the DC bylaw. So we don't believe we need the second or new vehicles. So we're asking that these funds be used.
I'm confused on because I know I've had it wasn't necessarily here, but it was at the county, because when I asked about utilization of the DCs, they didn't use it for any of these because they said it was not a new vehicle introduced to the fleet, and it wasn't over and above the capacity of the current vehicle. So it's DCs continue to be a mystery I have yet to resolve in a decade.
So the last item on the list is probably the most important. And I know you've had a conversation about a future report coming in, but it was the new depot renovation at the Cavan Works Yard. We had reported at the last council meeting about this location, and we also reported on the Millbrook Depot that we felt should be renovated also. Just as a comment on the present situation with our Cavan Works Yard, I had mentioned at the council meeting that our roof was leaking. We have a quote in from one roofing contractor of $50,000 to replace the roof, and repair, what they call a little tar repair, would be about $11,000. I would also mention that there's starting to be, and this is a situation that occurred at the transfer station, that we start to feel that the walls there, the drywall and walls, are not of a state that's very good. So we'd like to, we think there's a priority there in getting some work done. Anyhow, that's no different, I think, than what we presented before, but we are in dire shape of some new buildings, and this is one of them.
Like more important than the fire hall?
I would say it's up there.
Good answer. Okay. Ms. Hurley, I know we're working through these capital items. I know we've had that previous motion relative to both Public Works and to the fire department. Is there anything additional that we need to do here? I mean, I think it's a pretty fair statement. We're trying to work towards something else, but in light of the fact that we've got $2 million that needs to be removed off the capital, we can either continue to drag forward these couple large items and deal with it later, or we can address it now, because right now we're looking at a 20% tax increase. So I think with the quick removal of the depot at Cavan's Yard renovation, and with the $1 million for the fire hall, pull those off because we're moving ahead with that other report. It certainly helps us go a long way. Otherwise, we're going to be starting to get into some of these smaller items.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, obviously that is council's wish. If they wish to continue to hold as been presented to you today, the capital budget in front of you, if there's any of these items that you would like further information or that you would like to remove, now's the time to consider that. Yes, those two large items, such as the roads depot and the fire hall, will come back at a separate report. How they're going to be funded or what's going to be in that report will be identified within that report. We can't comment on that at this time, but it's entirely council's decision. If they want to remove any, Ms. Pope and myself would be happy to go forward with that direction today, or you hold and we do the report as motioned as well.
Okay, well, I guess realistically, I'm not prepared to levy $1 or $2.2 million for, I mean, it's a 22% tax increase just on two specific items. So unless we're prepared to go through all of these smaller items to find $2 million, I think the easy thing at this point is we've got a report coming forward, remove those two items specifically because that's going to have to be debentured, and we'll figure out a path forward. But I think both the depot and the fire hall reserve monies that are being pulled out, I think that's an easy low lying bearing fruit to knock off today.
That's fine, sir.
I'm looking to council though. Sorry. Deputy Mayor Graham.
Through you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm not. My consideration for those two larger items, I guess what I can suggest is that, I don't want to waste time with regards to the further considerations, but I would like to see the future report in January with regards to the reserve report. That's obviously not included in this portion of the budget presentation, just to get a fulsome understanding of the reality for either of these, the precarious journey for both of these massive projects. I would feel more confident in fully excluding projects of that fully excluding them from the budget process, having that information, but that's just my preference. And I just wanted to raise that to council for consideration.
I wouldn't, I'm really looking forward to the debenturing component of that report. And I personally wouldn't want staff to spend too much time coming up with an option whereby we're going to put in $1.2 million for the depot and $1 million for the fire hall out of tax levy dollars from this. I mean, if we want to go into reserves, I'm okay with that. But realistically, there's not a chance I'm going to support a $2.2 million tax levy for those two items. That it's not feasible. That's all. So I was just saying, pull them off and let them figure out what you've got left. Unless councillors feel that that's an option, I just don't think that's an option. That's all. Deputy Mayor Graham.
Yeah, it wasn't so much of an option. I agree with you that the fully funding of either of those two projects is not a fiscal reality, but whether there was a component to be maintained within the reserve component, that was sort of my rationale for waiting to see what that reserve report has to say, whether there was some moderate reserve increase for those specific projects, knowing that there's such significant and there is demand and there needs to be some consideration. If there wasn't any indication from that reserve report that we were potentially, not as healthy as we might be, I would like to know that before we totally dismiss any sort of hundreds of thousands of contributions to that project. That's all I mean. I'm in no way ready for a 21% reserve, even though I think we've cut it down to about 20.1 based on my calculations, but live to fight another day.
Okay, Ms. Pope, does it create any additional works to leave that in versus pulling it out? It certainly is an option. It's like the do nothing option on an environmental assessment. 2.2, realistically, we're not going to levy those dollars this year, but would you prefer them in or out for your report?
Through you, Mayor, to council, I would prefer if we were to remove them, and then I can place the additional funds, if there are any left over, into the asset replacement reserve transfer, of course, for the discretion of council, however you might choose. That way I can come forward with a presentable percentage increase in the second draft by removing those two, and then you'll get the subsequent or the other report that will give you further details. It'll just help us streamline the process and enable us to know, because right now they're just there are estimates presented, but without all the final details, which will come from that other report. So my preference would be to remove the $2.2 million. If there's any leftover funds, it goes into asset replacement reserve temporarily for the next budget discussion. And if when we get to the end here with the recommendations, the council would choose an acceptable percentage rate increase, that I could come back with to the next draft.
Very good. Very good. Sounds like a motion. Got a mover? Councillor Huntley and Councillor Moore. Madam Clerk, record a vote.
Councillor Moore,
Yes.
Councillor Huntley,
Yes.
Councillor Belch,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Graham,
Yes.
Mayor McFadden.
Yes, motion is approved. All right, very good. What's next, Ms. Pope?
We could go back to the recommendation page. I believe, Cindy, you have it available there for us to view together, just to make sure that we've encompassed everything today that we wanted to achieve. Thank you. So we have discussed as per point 1, it just lost. That was the correct one. Wonderful. So you have provided direction today with that $2.2 million being removed, and I can go and do further calculations. Go back down one page. Oh.
You're playing with us, Miss Page.
We're basically looking at the two final pre-approvals to see if council would grant the request of staff. So that motion you just passed to cut the $2.2 million and then to filter the funds over into the asset replacement reserve. I need to know what acceptable municipal tax rate increase I can bring forward at the next budget meeting. You're basically cutting about $2 million. You're $2.3 million was the fund. Sorry, I just have to go there. That was. I'll just scroll there for a second.
Rather than picking a rate, can we not, based on what we've already established today with the reductions, can you not come back and tell us where we're at?
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay. And now, would you like to remain? The question is, in order to mitigate some of the requests that were in the draft, I had reduced the transfer to the asset replacement reserve to 80%, down from last year at the 81%. Is there any appetite of council to fully fund the asset replacement reserve with any additional funds, or no, just to bring it back with the 80% presented today and the 2.2 removed?
Deputy Mayor Graham.
My suggestion was going to be maybe, Kimberly, knowing that we slowed our progress at closing that gap from 85, but potentially you might present council with an 85% and just the 80 as previously used as a baseline, just to give us that as a threshold or two things to consider. Just seeing as we were trying to get to 85 last year and had to that late adjustment that required that attention.
So I can provide the actual tax rate implications for adding in 85% for your consideration at the next meeting, for sure.
Would it be a simple enough calculation that you'd be able to demonstrate for each 1% is this is the tax implication? So therefore, it's like a sliding scale.
It's about 21,000, I think, Scott.
Perfect. Okay, there we go. So that's good. So then we can use that knowledge to decide to determine what's most appropriate.
Okay. So that's point number 2. So then we have the pre-approval of the 2 replacement vehicles as item number 3 on the recommendations. If council would permit the pre-approval so that we could move forward to gain the optimum price purchasing in a tender and to meet the extended deadline so that the trucks can be delivered early 2022.
And with that one, is there, I didn't hear any opposition with regards to that yet, but is there any benefit to coordinating that with the county? Because I know Deputy Mayor Graham and I just sat through a budget meeting where they're pre-approving the purchase of tandems as well.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor, I think we've talked about that previously, and the problem we've had is meeting necessary. Their dates are agreeing on specifications, so okay. I would suggest we're better on our own. I think they are acquiring 2, I believe, at the county. Okay. I think that's where they are. But we would like to open the market up to not be specific. We'd like to see what other companies will provide us with as a price.
Very good. Councillor Moore, I saw a hand.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
My question was answered.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Pope.
So we're looking for the recommendation on number 3, if council would support that. And then number 4 is the financial management software to gain access to the software discount based on the letter provided and the future report coming from MMP. Would council pre-approve that? They're the 2 remaining ones on the budget.
Very good. Does council have any issues with any of those? If not, I'd entertain a motion then to receive the report and accept the 4 recommendations as presented.
I'm good with that.
Very good. Councillor Huntley, second. Deputy Mayor Graham. Madam Clerk, recorded vote.
Kim was waving there.
Oh, sorry, I can't see any waivers. I got 3 members of council.
Well, that's just not good enough.
Councillor Belch, I'm sorry. Did you have a comment, or you were trying to move in second?
No, I was wanting to sort of put in that I would support it.
Very good. Okay, excellent. I see you now. I can definitely get Chip for the next one. I suspect, though, it might be adjournment.
Well, that's great. do a double.
Madam
a double.
Recorded vote.
Mr. Mayor, just for clarification, I know the screen with the 4 recommendations has been taken down. I just want to confirm with Ms. Pope that everything in those 4 recommendations is exactly what she wants at this point.
Yes, sorry. So the direction on the projects to be removed, they have provided that the municipal tax rate, there isn't actually one adjusted, but they've given me enough information to move forward. So I'm fine with the wording that's there today.
Okay, thank you. So we have Deputy Mayor Graham,
Yes.
Councillor Moore,
Yes.
Councillor Belch,
Yes.
Councillor Huntley,
Yes.
Mayor McFadden.
Yes, motion is approved. All right, now I have to find my agenda unless it's on the screen. I don't have an agenda. I got an agenda. Okay. Very good. So that's confirming bylaw. Then item 7.1, bylaw number 2020-74, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the special meeting held December 10th, 2020, be read a first, second time, signed by the mayor and the clerk, and the corporate seal attached thereto. Moved by Councillor Belch and Deputy Mayor Graham. Madam Clerk, recorded vote.
Councillor Belch,
Yes.
Councillor Moore,
Yes.
Councillor Huntley,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Graham,
Yes.
Mayor McFadden.
Yes, motion is approved. And a motion to adjourn, I got Councillor Belch and I got Councillor Huntley. Madam Clerk, recorded vote.
Sounds like a good idea.
Councillor Moore,
Yes.
Councillor Huntley,
Yes.
Councillor Belch,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Graham,
Yes.
Mayor McFadden.
Yes, motion is approved. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Great.
Thank you.
Somewhere in the